time? Still early?
And we might start it late though, just so we don't have to repeat ourselves like a dozen times.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, I should probably try to get the bot in here.
hmm By the way, before the town hall went off, I edited the channel and gave everyone admin priority speaker. So
Why would you give everyone priority speaker?
no, just the admins.
Oh, just the admins. Okay.
So I'm not sure if they're muted because they chose to mute or if I'm not sure of the reason why.
Yeah,
It
because
looks
I just woke up.
yeah, it looks like they chose to mute. All right, cool.
You didn't break it. That's good.
Yay, I didn't break it.
Well, we had a decent amount of people sign up. We'll see how many show up.
Yeah, it's about 48. You gotta give everybody time to wake up and fucking run to their computer and shit.
Yeah, give them some time.
In the meantime, you can boot up the simulations and the spreadsheets and shit. I take it the
Well, this
information is
is
going to be what you told us before.
yeah, it's nothing new to you guys, but to
Okay.
everyone else, it'll be new. There's
All
a
right,
lot of the
cool.
stuff we just haven't spoken about. We'll be talking
Well,
about
publicly, yeah.
3.0 plus is what it's going to be. So I'm not saying all this will be ready for the launch, but this is what's on our roadmap right now, and then we'll see how it goes. I
Well, as far as I'm aware, we're extremely close, right? Like the only thing holding us back is that
uh,
that final planet in that one mod.
no, that's just for the planet. I still have to develop the entire territory system and finish like 20 mods. It's a lot of work still. A lot of work.
True.
It doesn't help that revisited some of the older stuff that I built and labeled finished, and I guess in the last 6 months with key updates, stopped working. So now I got to go back and figure out.
God damn
King
it.
updates go burr.
Yeah. Hopefully it's nothing too crazy though. It worked before, so it shouldn't be too hard to get to work again.
I'm gonna ping in the announcement channel that the town hall is kicking off. People might not remember.
Yeah. Put up an announcement.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
No.
We can.
How ambiguous can you get?
Maybe?
Okay. I'm switching my
So
computer over to the new one, so my iPad while I do the transfers.
nice.
Eh, you work with what you got.
This one is so there'll be a lot of talking in this more than demos of stuff just because a lot of stuff is just not ready to demo, but I just wanted to let
That's fine.
everyone know what's happening and what some cool stuff to look forward to, and reach out to see if people can assist in any way if they have any talents.
I mean, I could turn my eyelids inside out.
I'm a good troubleshooter. And I'll tell you
Or
right
my
now, that's a bad idea.
I can whip my hair back and forth.
I'm good at breaking things.
Those are all marvelous talents. I'm not sure if
Sounds
they all
like
have
we all work for
transferable
Clang
skills into
already.
what we need, but
Hey, I broke DS9 that one time. That was funny.
What? How'd you do that?
Oh,
We
they
have
forgot
enough
to.
admins that break DS9. Please don't add to that.
They if I remember correctly, they didn't set grinders to turn off, so you could
Oh,
go into the safe zone to just grind things.
oh shoot.
fuck was that? I think an Amber Alert just went off on my phone. What was that?
Sounded like it.
We had
Yeah,
one of those the other night. It won't shut up until you acknowledge it.
I thought it was my fucking microphone bugging out. Oh, that's nowhere near me. That's all the way in Norfolk.
I remember how to set the bot to record this stuff. Oh, there it goes.
Interesting what happens when you remind people with the announcement.
Run away! I bet that poor guy was scared shitless earlier. He thought the wipe was today instead of the town meeting. No, it's okay. Relax.
If you build it, they will come.
In theory, if you give it away for free, they will steal it.
No, there's some things that you could leave out in the hood that people won't take.
What, my furniture?
Nah, man, if you leave out a refrigerator and put a sign that says $50 on that shit, no one will take it. Leave out a sign that says fucking free. Oh, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, yeah. I used to live in Rhode Island, man. I set it out to go back and get some help to put it in the truck, and that shit was gone.
yeah, man.
Dude, they broke into my friend's car and stole her trans and her American flag off of her the roof of her car. She had it pinned up there. That was the only thing worthwhile in the car.
That just sounds like a hate crime.
Well, they also broke her windows and tried to hotwire it, but it's a piece of shit, so it didn't start.
I don't understand what anybody in this day and age would like try. That's got to be like an old school criminal, because nowadays, like the fob key for the car will prevent the car from going a certain distance without turning off.
You're assuming people in Portland have expensive cars. No, this was like a 90 something Ford Focus or something.
Hey, those are good cars.
It ran on three
They're good to steal.
cylinders.
Fucking innocuous enough not to get spotted in the crowd, but old enough to be stealable.
And you have you have a whole bunch of girls that are sitting in the back, and most of us are over 6 foot tall, so it looks like a fucking clown car most of the time.
Sounds like after the show at a bar.
Yeah, I've been bugging her to buy a fucking T-Bird or something bigger.
A T-Bird?
I want something small.
Watch your ass get a Beetle.
No, fuck V-Dub. Fuck V-Dub. Fuck V-Dub.
Get a smart car. That's small enough.
F-250. Then you make your own space.
350. Hey, I had a 68 Ford LTD. If they block me in, I push them out of my way.
Yeah, that's an awesome car. They're kind of expensive now, though, because like everybody
Mm-hmm.
wants one. It's like the Caprice. Nobody liked the Caprice 20 years ago, but now everybody wants a fucking Caprice.
I don't want
What
a
the hell?
Caprice.
Dude,
Yeah.
it has a 350 engine and a powerful freaking suspension. People want a
It,
Caprice.
my nephew keeps pouring all his money into his freaking Jeep. It's like, what have you bought your son lately? A toy
Oh
Jeep?
no, dude just rocked down the street in a Caprice wagon. Like the first time
Mm-hmm.
I've seen one in almost 20 years. and
Wow.
he had a fucking LT1 in it, supercharged. Fucking sleeper, man. You can feel it.
Wow. My
Yeah.
brother-in-law had a 67 Morris Minor from the UK. That thing could get up to 80 if you dropped it from space. That's about it.
Christ. Oh, I've been kind of obsessing over my buddy's car at work. He has a Ford Mustang with a Boss 302 Cleveland in it.
Really?
Or I think it's Cleveland or something like that. It looks stock as
Well,
fuck and it's rusty, but when you
the other
start it
model
up,
of
you
that's
can feel
a
it.
Windsor, 351 Windsor.
Yeah,
One
the
was made in the
Windsors are the
States.
normal ones.
Yeah, they're nice.
Yeah, the Windsor you can find anywhere. The Clevelands are the harder ones to find, or the Boss 302.
Hmm.
But you know a good design on an engine when you can feel the low frequency waves hitting you, even
Right.
through mufflers.
And the cars they make these days are more about sound effects rather than actual power.
Yeah. He won't
Got
show
those.
me under the hood.
I see one of them playing Fortnite in the background. I see your ass.
I see the NOS sticker on your fucking dash. No, I won't race you. Fuck you.
Okay. I will say, you stupid machine.
Hey, Sarg, are we showing off that particular thing that that our colas built?
Uh,
The thing that we were trying to adjust the radius for?
oh, no, because one of the people that was helping working on that isn't helping anymore. So uh, and then they came out with a new framework. Ash Like Snow came out with a new framework, so we're gonna switch to that. But it's not demoable because nothing works.
What, it broke again? God damn it.
Impulse drives.
Oh, it's going to be a tool. It's probably a laser drill if they're
Shut the fuck
using
up.
a new framework.
Just
I
put it.
guess you'll ask. I guess
Just put a
you'll ask.
fucking skin on the already existing nanobot drill and done.
Nanobot drill is like terrible though,
It is.
and
It's absolutely
tool
fucking terrible.
yeah, and tool core drills are actually like not terrible when they work.
Well, that's why everybody puts the nanobot drills in there because they suck rocks, but they're good for starting out.
Well, I'd say about half the people showed up that were interested, but we can give it a little bit more. It's only about 7 minutes in.
Yeah, we'll give it 2 more minutes. We'll start, and then they can either watch the recording or listen if they want, or ask people.
True. How do you get the bot to record? Is it just like a button?
It's just a slash command.
Really?
Whoever
It's a
runs the slash command, it knows what voice channel you're in, and then the bot joins and starts recording to an MP3. I think
Oh,
I
so
think Esday's not able to attend, but he is, I think, recording
oh.
the video. I
I know
think.
he's on his phone.
Yeah, he's got some other RL stuff he needs to do.
Yeah, 'cause he's been messaging me back and forth for like 5 minutes.
It's a bot. It's always recording.
Very Section 31. At least somebody's doing it right.
The whole
Right.
point of Section 31 is for
Arg.
people to not know that you are Section 31.
All right, we'll kind of just get started here. because I don't want to take everyone's time, too much time of everyone's time. All right, guys, thanks for joining. I know it's been a long time since we really had town hall or an update, so appreciate you guys coming out and showing interest. I wanted to. I don't think this is going to be our normal length of town hall, which is like 5 hours. This is going to be more of a high level overview, just to let you know what we have planned for 3.0 plus, what we're working on, a little reach out for what we need help with. If anyone has certain skills, definitely we could use some assistance because development wise, it's pretty much just me and our Colis has helped with several models as well. So that's been a big time saver there. So thanks again, Arcolis, if you're listening from somewhere.
Over that rainbow.
All right. So first off, guess let's go. Let me share my screen. All right. So first off,
Whoa, that's nice.
this is our new Galaxy. It is substantially smaller than our older one, where we had massive pockets in between systems. This one is designed to be, I think, in total from like one corner to the other, it's I think 16,000 kilometers, um, which is much smaller because I think one quadrant was like 16,000 kilometers in 2.0. Reason for that is one, bring people closer together. Also change some of the mechanics regarding travel. So let's see. We are going to be launching with 5 different alliances at this point. Um, the alliances are the Romulans, which at this point, and again, this is all subject to change, right? This is where it is now. The Romulans is in the top right corner here. Then we got the Orion Syndicate, which is on the left side here. Then on the bottom left, we have the Cardassians system. And then on the bottom right, we have Klingons home system. In the exact center, we have the Federation. And then in between each of these alliance home sectors, there's points of interest systems, like subsystems. So we have the, what do they call it? Nimbus system. The top middle is the Nimbus system, which is a system that is pretty much surrounded by a giant blue nebula, as you can see in the photo or in the video. Then on the bottom middle, we have the Korma system, which has a kind of greenish nebula in the entire system. Then on the left side here, we have the Bajoran system, where DS9 will live, and Bajor and all that kind of stuff. And on the right side, where you see nothing, this is going to be the Maelstrom. The Maelstrom is where we're going to be holding the kind of complete endgame content. So the Maelstrom is a highly dangerous zone, we'll say. It has weather in the system. So if you're just kind of idling in the eye of the Maelstrom, you would potentially take damage to your ship. In the Maelstrom, there is a asteroid cluster similar to what like the Badlands was, where you'll be able to get various ores, pretty much almost all the ores in the game, except a new ore called Dysonite. But it is a complete PvP area. It'll probably be heavily camped by people in endgame. So it's kind of like, and there's NPCs in that area that will spawn and kill you. So it's not something where like you can spawn when you're a new character, like you just started, you can't, and then just take a long flight over there and start mining. You could probably get there, but you will probably be greeted by something that will kill you. So the progression of 3.0 is kind of going back in time to what worked better in terms of progression on the server. It's going back to more of a exploration first. So you can't currently in 2.0, you can go to any planet and you pretty much can get any kind of ore. So there was really no point of like setting up a base on a planet or setting up a protection like a trade barrier or something, right? Blockade, because I could just go somewhere else and get it. So in 3.0, that's changing. Different planets will have different ore. That ore is not publicized, so it'll be up to the community to figure it out, and then to help out, update the wiki, make a post, something like that, or keep it within your alliance if that's what you want to do. Eventually, over time, once it becomes like common knowledge, I'll update the wiki with that to be able to publicize it. But it's a new server, so we want to give that kind of new feel of exploration and discovery. I guess we'll start off with the home systems. So in your home system, if you go to Earth, so Earth is situated in one of these areas. I don't remember where I put it. It's either here or here. I think it's here. Yeah, it's here. So Earth is like situated, say here at the bottom of this sector. Earth has its moon, right? Luna. So the moon and Earth. This is your home sector of for Federation people when they start. So if you choose, I want to be like a Federation in the Federation Alliance or a Federation player, you would select that, and then you would start here. Like your first ship would spawn in and around Earth. We're gonna have options for planetary starts and for space starts. So depending on how people want to play the game, if they like the challenge of a planetary start, they can do that and then build up and go from there, or they can just simply start a craft and go from there. Again, limited ores on Earth, so if you say start on Earth, you'll have enough ore to build a ship to get off Earth to then go to say Luna to get some more stuff, and then from Luna your progression would be to the next system in the next planet in your home sector area. So in this case, it's Mars, which is up here on the top left. And Mars has a neighboring moon. And there's an asteroid belt in every home sector. The asteroid belt in every home sector, again, has limited ores. So it doesn't mean you can go to the belt, start in space, jump to the belt, I get everything I need, go on from there. You'll still need to visit a planet to get something. So the starting game loop primarily will probably keep most people in their home sector area until they branch out to like one of these subsectors. The subsectors. So if we look at say the Nimbus system. So the Nimbus system right in the center is going to be Nimbus. And Nimbus So Nimbus and Koroma, I'll let you know. I'll give you this much that these are going to be very strong points of interest. They're featured planets that will have certain things that are not available anywhere else kind of in the game. So this is somewhere where people would want to maybe build a blockade, or someone that would maybe two alliances would come together and team up and protect. So like say you wanted to protect something on Nimbus, maybe the Orions on the left and the Romulans on the right may come together as an alliance and try to take over this subsector and hold it down. Subsectors are going to have territories as well. The territory mechanics are still up in the air, but there's going to be probably two types of territories that we're going to implement. The subsystem territories are much simpler, so they're like kind of like quick territories. The mechanics are not what they were in 2.0. It's very different. But there will be like a mechanic to take over, say, this planet to claim ownership, we'll say, which will then give you some perks in maintaining and holding that planet. Then there's another asteroid belt in each subsystem. So those asteroid belts are different than the home sector ones. They have more variations of ore. Not all of them, but they'll have more. But again, you'll have to visit certain planets in the subsystem to get the ores that you don't find in that asteroid belt. So there's always a reason to visit a planet is kind of the goal, so that it adds to the challenge for PvE and PvP.
One of the reasons that we decided to implement this change is not only does it encourage players to meet other players, but you could also set up either diplomacy or war. You could choose to fight over the resources, or you could choose to set up trade outposts and trade peacefully between nations. It's your call.
So then, those are the subsystems. So that's all I'm kind of going to go into that. Now, the Maelstrom, which you don't see, which is going to be on the right side here, equal in size to kind of all of these because they're all the same. But the Maelstrom is going to be, again, an area that has, say, space weather, you could call it. So there's going to be times where it gets dangerous to kind of be in that space and idle. You may need to be repairing constantly in certain air times, stuff like that. There'll be a Badlands types thing where you'll have pretty much every type of ore available, I believe, at this point, except the new ore called Dysonite. So, you're probably wondering, what the hell is this Dysonite? Dysonite is part of the new endgame loop for territories. So currently in 2.0, right, we have territories, kind of three massive territories in that give you different perks in different quadrants. So every quadrant has like a shipyard territory and a refining territory and a mining planet, like a Latinum territory, right? So now we don't have that in home systems. Home systems don't have territories that can be taken over. Only subsystems have minor territories, and the Maelstrom has a endgame territories. The endgame territories, there's 4 of them. So the Maelstrom has 4 territories in that area, in this bubble that you don't see that's going to be on the right side. Each of those territories is going to be there's going to be 4. 2 of them are going to be based with kind of territory lockouts, so you cannot siege. It's kind of like built-in siege windows. So the siege window on the left 2 territories would be, say, something more for the Western continent, and then 2 territory on the right side are for more of an Eastern time zones. So again, may not be ideal for everyone, but it's going to be more in line with that. So this way, it allows the say EU folks to align themselves to kind of hold one of those 2 territories. They don't have to. Hey, if you want to play 24 hours a day, you're more than welcome to take over one of the NA territories or something, right? But the way the game is now, those territories, generally, you have to be like a super active alliance to hold 2 territories. You generally are only going to hold 1 because it is super, super expensive to hold the 1 in maintenance costs and stuff like that. So Dysonite is the new Latinum, you could think of it as. Dysonite is a special biofuel that basically powers the territories. The reason why it's called Dysonite is because the territories are an actual Dyson sphere. So if you watch Star Trek, you'll know what a Dyson sphere is. It's like a giant spherical structure that's like the size of a planet. So basically, 4 territories, each one is a Dyson sphere in a kind of a grid format in that circle. And the the Dyson sphere is like a giant sphere, think of it as, and it's huge. And you're able to actually going to be flying into the Dyson sphere, and you can set up a base inside the Dyson sphere. In the Dyson sphere, it will have a standard array of things that give you perks. Like currently, right, you have 3 territories, one for shipyard, one for refine, one for whatever. One Dyson sphere has everything. So you take over that, you have a ship printer, you have turbo refineries, you have an ore generator that can generate ore over time, plus some other new stuff. And then that's those are the Dyson spheres, which I don't have to demo for you because we don't have a good enough model yet to kind of put up there. Now, mathematically, right? Think of it. There's only 4 Dyson spheres, which means there will always be a conflict generally, because even if the top 4 own a Dyson sphere, one alliance will be left out with nothing. So that one alliance is going to need to try to, take over a Dyson sphere, like win one of those territory combats and take that and hold it. Or if you have say the Cardassians were like super aggressive and they got a big alliance and they say, oh, we're gonna take both of the NA spheres. Then they take both of those spheres. That means that the other spheres are available, but maybe some EU takes the other 2. So now only say 2 alliances are holding all 4 spheres. That's grounds for diplomacy. So now there's 5 alliances. Those Cardassians own 2. The Orions own the other 2. So that's when you start your leadership talks with the other 3 alliances. It says, let's get all our guys together and then let's just focus on one and rock it and then take it over. And then, then you could go and you can take over all 3. So anyways, there's just so many different tactics that can be involved here. That again encourages gameplay, not just within your alliance, but cooperative with alliances, even temporary cooperation. Like let's do a treaty. We're at peace. Take over. Let's go take over those 2 spheres, and then then we're on our own. Treaty's done, and so it ends justified means or serves a purpose. Yeah. So more to come on that. That's all the details I'm going to be providing at this point. But yeah, that's the end game. One of the end game loops for the Dyson spheres. So let's cycle back to territories. So currently, territories are, you have your sub territories, which are think of it as north, south, east, and you actually have another sub territory, which is your home planet. So if I start as a federation, my home territory is Earth. Every home territory on the planet surface will have a safe zone. The planet surface safe zone does not reach space. It's strictly just on the planet and a certain size. And the reason for that is for people that are doing planetary starts, if they want to live in that safe zone while they're building up and using that challenge, they can. If say the Federation was like, we want to build a giant academy, we want to build Starfleet Academy as like an RP thing, right? And training academy on Earth, they can do that. They can build that on Earth. It can look as cool as they want, as detailed as they want, and you don't have to worry about someone blowing it up because it's in a safe zone. There is no more safe zones for space. That is your home safe zone in space. So like right now in 2.0, you have like a, what is it, 5 kilometer safe zone or something like that, where you can basically build and idle your stations and stuff. That will not exist in 3.0. However, there's something new coming. So every faction will have one safe zone generator that they can deploy that will be much smaller than the massive safe zones that you have now, but you'll be able to deploy that safe zone and live in that safe zone. So you are protected from, say, offline raiding if you want to live out of that safe zone. There is a caveat to that. The safe zone requires a special chip. That chip is only available one way, or two ways, we'll say. So the way you earn chips is voting. When you vote, you'll get a reward. That reward you get for voting is going to be X amount of chips. Those chips are used to keep your safe zone powered. So you continue to vote as a larger faction. You continue to keep that safe zone powered up at all times. The next caveat to that, because I can already hear people's concerns coming through the pipe, that we don't want safe zones in all these different systems. I don't want someone setting up a safe zone right outside of my home planet, in my sector. That's not going to be a thing. Safe zones can only be deployed within a certain range of your home planet. So if I am in the Federation Alliance, I can only build a safe zone within, say, 500 kilometers of my home planet. So I can choose where I want to deploy and choose where I want to live in that 500 kilometers, but that's it. You have your small safe zone for your faction, powered by votes, 500 kilometers within your home planet. And that's done for many PvP reasons, right? You don't want to have 10 factions go into an enemy area, set up 10 safe zones in their area, and then start a beachfront, right? Like that doesn't work. So they're limited to your hometown sector. It encourages people to live in their home sector. Their home sector is a dedicated server. So there is one server that is just for Earth and surrounding area. So that this way the load doesn't affect other players. It's just affecting that section. That's the way the servers are going to be set up. characters. Yeah, that's it. So that's basically how safe zones are going to work. Each faction gets one. I understand you're probably thinking, well, what's to stop people from making 5 one-person factions? They can, and you can get 5 safe zones that you can deploy within 500 kilometers of your home planet. But then now you have 5 safe zones that you have to power, and you can only power that by voting, and one person cannot power their own safe zone 24 hours a day. So there's math involved there. And then there's the second way to get the special chips, which is the trade. So no NPC will sell these chips, however, players can. So if I am not using my chips, I can put them on the market and then I can sell them. And that will drive the economy for those chips. So people may sell their chips for money so they can buy other stuff. And then, that's basically like a form of currency because it's only one way you can get it. All right. So speaking of economy, in 3.0, we're going to be adopting the new technologies that Crunch made. So we're going to have a more robust economy where you can interact with it via a website and buy and sell, etc. You will be able to we'll also be using some of Crunch's new mission stuff that he made. So we're going to be developing a lot of PvE missions where there may be go collect 5,000 ore of this and bring it to this other station, drop it off and get your reward. Something will have missions where you need to go out and kill something. So go out, kill 5, I don't know, Romulan warbirds, and then come back and cash it out. So kind of like quests, right? Missions, quests, they'll have those kind of things. Eventually there will be a release, definitely not in phase 1, but we will have daily quests. So every day there'll be randomized missions that people can do that will give them special items. Those special items that they will save and be able to use to craft special weapons, special gear, special whatever. So basically, you do your dailies, you'll get special things, which then are components used to create these special parts that are, again, only the way to do it is by doing those dailies. And again, those special parts are not available anywhere else, but you could also sell them on the trade stations. So if I want to put them up for sale, if I want to set up my own trade station, people can come and buy that stuff off of me. They can do that. And then you can work that way. All right. What other cool stuff's coming? So we are getting a new drive called the Quantum Slipstream drive. It's an additional drive that you would install in your grids in addition to your warp drive. Your warp drive is your warp drive. It's what your primary propulsion is going to be to get to different sectors and stuff. But you have a quantum slipstream drive. This drive allows you to instantly slipstream to a territory that you own. So if you look at the screen again, say I'm in Kronos, right? I'm on this bottom right corner of the map, and I'm at my home sector, chilling in my base, and then all of a sudden we get prompted, oh man, they're trying to take over the territory in the Nimbus system, and I want to go protect that. I could warp, and then it'll take me 15 minutes to fly there, or I could slipstream because I already own it, and I can instantly travel to that location and now start defending my base. That's there. You can only slipstream. Obviously, there's a recharge on the slipstream, so you can't spam it. And once you slipstream, you can only slipstream to territories you own. So if you own a Dyson sphere, you'll be able to slipstream to your Dyson sphere whenever you want. If you own a sub territory, you can slipstream to the sub territory whenever you want.
If I
Every
remember,
home system, every home system has a territory that's not taken. You can't take over. So Earth will have its own territory, which will allow any player with a quantum slipstream drive to basically slipstream back home. So if you live in a safe zone around your home planet and you want to go back home because you want to log out or something, you can slipstream back to your home and park your ship in your safe zone, or what I would suggest is hangar it. And then yeah, you're good. So you'll always be able to slipstream back home. So it's like a home point, think of it as, right? If you played any MMOs, they have that kind of stuff, or a Hearthstone or something. So you can always go back to that save point there. And yeah, that's definitely going to be something beneficial for
if
players.
if I remember correctly, we hard coded a fail safe in there. Say for instance, you're in a fight and you realize that you're not gonna win. You can't just hit that button and be transported to. There's gonna be an enemy radius check. So don't think that you can get into a fight that you can't win and be haha you can't kill me, press a button and get away. That's not how that works.
Yeah, there's definitely checks. If you're in combat and an enemy's within X amount of radius, you can't slipstream back to any territory. There's a check for that. So another reason, guys, that we made all this stuff and we're pushing people to live generally in their home sector is that when you live in your home sector, there's no starter servers anymore. So sector 1 and 2, where you have like completely off the grid, where people can start playing and they're not really part of the rest of the world, right? That's gone. When you start Federation, you start by the home planet in a spaceship. You're starting with everyone else there. So the first thing people are going to see is other players, people within. You're going to see space stations. You're going to see activity, right? Which is going to be engaging. Also, those new players, right? They may want help, so they're going to be talking in sector chat, and they're going to be asking questions, and they may want to join an alliance, and it'll easier to recruit that way. Also, if you need help, right? Help is not far away because you're going to have everyone's bases are in roughly in that sector, right? Or a lot of their bases are in that sector. So you got help for those new players coming in. So the way every alliance wants to design that, they're more than welcome to design it however they want to, right? You could have a whole have a separate fleet of ships that's just there on standby. So if some guy's like, I'm under attack in the home sector, I'm a noob, then you can just jump in one of your ships parked by your home and, go help protect them and stuff like that. So that'd be pretty engaging, cool, and interactive. All right, I'm going to show you guys something now rather than staring at this screen. And so this is something new that is coming. This I can actually show you a demo. All right, so oh, that was a little soon.
It's like Sappy.
Yeah.
That was quick.
Dang, I
So
go so long.
let's so say you're in your starter ship here and you're flying around and you're like, oh look, there's an asteroid, I want to go mine it, and you're a noob. And all of a sudden you're like, oh no, an NPC has spawned. So we will spawn, say, our NPC.
Sphere.
Borg sphere. Gotta love when those spawn on you. So you're here and you're like, oh man, I'm under attack. I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. It's a Borg sphere. So let's still transfer this. So it is pummeling your ship, and you're like, I'm gonna die. So what can you do? You can actually put out an SOS distress call, and it gets answered by
Ferengi.
no, this is a Klingon now. So Klingon comes out of a wormhole, starts pummeling that sphere, protecting you, and that gives you your chance to either get away or join in the fight and try to take out this Borg sphere. This um,
Question:
NPC
could we in turn use this to bait NPCs and kill the Klingon?
Yes.
bait NPCs. How would you bait the NPC?
Distress call and then wait for the NPC to show up and kill it.
The NPC that you spawn using this method is
No.
invincible.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it's invincible. That's
Yes.
the kicker.
Yes. So this NPC right here, you cannot grind it down. You cannot take it over. You cannot shoot it. This is invincible. So the reason for that is calling in, getting a random spawn. So this is like a tier 3 ship, right? A tier 1, 2, or 3 can spawn in. It's random. So a tier 3 ship spawns in. I can't just bait it in and farm it because it's invincible. Once this ship only lasts for about 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it will go back to where it came from. So it's basically there for temporary help. If you need help killing an NPC, you can use it. If you are in a
How
bind,
many of these things are allowed to be spawned at once? Just the one? Or if, like, say there were 5 people on a grid, they could each cause one of these things to spawn. And then also, can these things be spawned in PvP zones?
they can be spawned in PvP zones. Everyone can spawn one per. I think the timer I set was 2 hours. So you can only. It's basically an emergency SOS. So you can't. Like every engagement you fight, you can't pull one of these guys out of your pocket to help you. It's here as an emergency thing to save you. So because one of the more complaints we get is, oh my god, I got wiped, right? And there's no one there to help me. So you don't need to get wiped. You can call back up, and that will help you. And just don't make the same
Does-
mistake
Or
twice.
potentially, you could wait to it for a big fight and use it as a force multiplier, I guess.
If I remember
Exactly.
correctly, the way it
So
was
if
coded, it was loyal to the
say you
faction
want to
that
use
called
this
it.
for like a large, I don't know, you have some guys who are like, let's try to kick out a Borg cube, and you know that you can't really do it alone. You can go with 2 guys, spawn 2 of these. They'll help you for 5 minutes. They disappear, and hopefully that's enough to do what you want it to do. So, but again, there's a high cooldowns, 2 hours, so you use it sparingly and make sure when you use it, it's when you wanted to use it.
Okay, question on that. Do they scale with the NPC that you're fighting, or is it one help ship no matter what is attacking you?
So, like
Wha-
what Sarg was saying earlier, we have tier 1 ships, which are basically like your starters, like most players would start up. They're your tier 2, which is your mid game, and then tier 3, which is end game. The system will randomly assign one of those numbers to your distress call, and you might get something like a starter ship come out of nowhere, be like, this little thing can help you, or you can get lucky and spawn that tier 3 right there to help you. It's random. You're not always going to get the most powerful ship. It's whatever's in the area that
Yeah.
can help you.
Okay, so you can't predict necessarily what's actually
No.
coming.
No,
I
you
like
could
that.
get
That's
you could
that's
get a
good.
tier 1 NX class enterprise ship coming to help you, right?
So you could
Or
The
you
spawn
could get
Federation's not coming to help. Let's be real.
so you could spawn that Pokeball and a Magikarp pops out.
what? Spawn the Pokeball and what?
On the run.
Sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
I think he lost connection.
Oh,
Bad
okay.
service. He'll be back probably.
So yeah, that's what this is. So it's going to be super useful and super helpful for those NPC battles, the larger ones that you're going to get involved in, or if you just need help because you're in a bind, or maybe you're fighting a ship and you're like, I'm almost dead, but it's almost dead and I can't escape, then spawn it to help you finish the job type thing. So there's so many use cases for it that would help you.
Will the NPC you spawn scrap the ship? So will it just continue to shoot for the full 5 minutes it's out there, whatever? Or will it only shoot until the threat is neutralized?
It will threat until the threat is neutralized. So it shouldn't totally destroy the ship. It should only until it's disabled. I set the NPCs, I believe, to target weapons. So they're going to go after the weapons first to try to disable it from shooting.
Okay.
And then it should leave it in a disabled state. So you can salvage it. It won't totally wipe it out for you.
Okay, so with that, if I remember correctly, like 90% of the tech was in the weapons with NPCs.
Yeah.
So this would essentially delete all the tech. So the help would be literally just to try to save your ship, not necessarily to help you get to farm at all.
Well, the thing is that if you require outside help by using a SOS distress signal, you're not going to be using that to be farming, especially if it's on a 2-hour cooldown every time you use it. It's more or less of a means to get away and save yourself than to use it consistently to farm NPCs. The whole point of the SOS is to take up its time and to take out its weapons so you can get away. It's not technically meant to be farming, even though you can do it like that. But the main purpose is to hold aggro.
I 100% guarantee this is going to be used for farming.
Oh yeah,
Right.
no
Well,
doubt.
when
But
you
you're gonna
don't need
get
it
increased
anymore, when you don't
returns.
need it anymore because you're of a certain you're that far in the game, you would be using this as something to help you with your farming, definitely. And we already know that. That's another reason why it's on 2-hour cooldown is to
And I
be
agree with
used
that.
sparingly. So this cannot be used in PvP. And you're probably asking, well, what do you mean it can't be used? Why can't I just spawn it? It's going to attack something that I'm attacking. It doesn't work that way. When you spawn this ship, it programmatically knows the person who spawned it. It spawns using its own special faction, and then it makes that faction friendly to you.
Yeah.
It's always friendly to players, and it only can be unfriendly to NPCs.
So even if you're in, say you're out farming and another player comes and starts screwing with you, you cannot call this to help you.
It'll
It's
help
only
the NPC, but not the player.
it will only target that. Okay, no matter what.
Yes, always NPC, no matter what. It will not target any players.
That's
So
good
you
to know.
could use it as a distraction. You could be like, it spawns 4 in, someone doesn't know better. They think that you have a fleet. Meanwhile, they're not going to be attacking. It could be used to draw fire or something in those cases. But this iteration of this mod is used primarily for distress and assistance. So I am tinkering with an end game version of this that is used for the opposite. It's used for PvP. So you'll be able potentially to spawn in a ship that won't attack NPCs. It will target players, and it would be a way to help supplement your fleet. So if you didn't have the amount of ships you wanted, you could spawn one of these things to like you could put in whatever we'll call it an SOS that would target those players and help you to defend your territory, help you get out of a bind with a player or something like that.
Is there any way to encourage the NPC to cease fire early?
That's actually a good idea. I didn't think of that one. Let me write that one down.
So if you no longer need assistance, instead of it just sitting there pummeling your target.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Let me write this down. Give me one sec. I could make a separate command that will dismiss the NPC. So, you know, when you think you don't want him anymore and you want him to go away, you could tell him to go away, and then he'll just warp out.
Here's
That-
another scenario. Say in PvP, someone ends up popping up an NPC. What if that person on the other side ends up popping their NPC and both those NPCs end up attacking each other? Would that end up happening?
Yeah, it could. If I don't limit what it can target, then it can say it can target anything that's a.
But they're both invincible, so it wouldn't matter. It'd just be a light show.
No, you
Yeah, I was
can't
about
take
to
it
say.
over. If you noticed
Yeah.
a NPC was taking damage from the other NPC, if you look at its side on the keel, you'll notice that it did take damage. You just can't steal it.
Hmm. Okay. I thought Sark said it was invincible.
No, it is invincible. It's the model I used when I made the blueprint was already damaged, so it looks
What?
damaged.
Well, yeah,
It
they're
looks
invincible. They're invincible. But say if you got one guy dropping their NPC, another one guy dropping their NPC, they're using your NPC to attack each other instead of attacking you instead.
yeah, they could target each other and then not attack you, and then you got NPCs fighting NPCs while you're fighting a different player of some sort.
Okay.
So I may actually keep it like that, because then that adds an element of randomness. Just because you spawn your NPC and another guy spawns it doesn't mean he's going to focus fire on your target. It means that he may go for the other NPC. Now you got an invincible fighting an invincible, which negates that, and then you move forward.
Never know.
But the PvP version is gonna be locked to endgame loops. I may tie it into the Dyson spheres. So as one of the perks to owning a Dyson sphere is that you're able to call in these an NPC to help you PvP, and it would be on a cooldown, but it wouldn't be free. There would be a currency involved, so you'd actually have to pay to call in these people because they're mercenaries, right? I don't know if you heard sound. Let me see if we can do it again. Right?
That is a brilliant idea, actually, because that's the first thing you said about Dyson spheres. It actually makes me want to hold one.
Mm.
What's spawned?
Another one,
Oh, another Negva?
another Negva. Right now, there's only it randomizes it, but I only have one blueprint in the test environment, so it just spawns Negvas. But yeah, so that's basically how that system works, and how what I want to add to the Dyson spheres as a perk, because I don't want to keep just all the same perks you had in 2.0. Obviously, we need new stuff. So this would be one of them, but it would be also currency based. So sometimes people are like, well, I don't use the economy because I don't really need money, because I'll just mine it, or I'll farm stuff, and I'll farm NPCs and get what I want, and I never have to touch the economy. But if I make it now chargeable, it costs you X credits to summon, or to send out a distress call to a mercenary fleet, because that's what this is. The USMF is a mercenary fleet. So you're basically calling and paying a mercenary to come help you, and that would only be available once you own a territory.
So if you were not part of a faction at all, you couldn't summon these at all?
Nope. You have to be. That's always been part of our rule set in
Yeah.
STC. You have to be part of a faction, even if it's a faction of one,
Okay,
because so
so
many mechanics are based on being in a faction.
okay. The Dyson Sphere perk could be really cool, whether it be a cost reduction or cooldown reduction.
Yeah, we could even. Well, we could also do it as a multiplier too. You know, people generally would own one, but it's not impossible for an active alliance to own two. And if you own both Dyson spheres, maybe you get a 50% reduction in cost when you call these NPCs to help you or something like that. So we could do like an additive thing like that, which might be pretty cool. But that obviously I can use some of the framework that I've designed for this, but that stuff hasn't been that's going to be not launch stuff, but definitely is on the high priority list of like after launch mods and stuff to add to territories. So warp drive is changing right now. I haven't worked out the math 100% yet, but the speed of warp, I'm going to lock it to, I think it was 10 kilometers a second or 100. Hold on, let me do the math. If one end of the galaxy to the other is 16,000 kilometers, and you're going 10 kilometers a second at maximum speed, that's 1,600 seconds divided by 60. It's 27 minutes. So it takes you 27 minutes to fly from one end of the galaxy to the other with warp at maximum speed. If I keep the math that way. So, but that's like literally one end. That's the end of the bubble of one side. So let me show you on the map here. So this bottom right corner right here, all the way across to the top right corner right here, that would be equivalent to about 16,000 kilometers, I believe. And then, so for you to travel literally across the world here, it would take you 26 minutes at full speed.
It would take you longer than that because you have to transfer instances 4 times.
Well, the new Nexus 2.0, the transfers are almost instant.
Yeah, okay.
They are
And now with seamless for the most part.
with seamless. Even with seamless now, it's almost instant, but it's even more instant with 2.0.
But do you still maintain your speed and everything with your ship, or does it start your ship at 0 like it always has?
That's a good question. I haven't tested that yet because I haven't built the 2.0 instance entirely. I have to get this finalized. These
It's
planets.
really not. It's
Right.
just a random thought, not important at all.
So yeah. So now you're probably thinking, oh, 26 minutes. That's a long time at maximum speed, and it can be. But if you now own a territory, I can go quantum slips. Say I'm in here in the bottom left. I'm in the Cardassia. I'm at the bottom left corner. I own Nimbus. So my alliance owns Nimbus. I can instantly jump to Nimbus and then take a 2-minute flight to Romulus, and go kill some seals. So like you can do that. And then if you're far out, right, you can always quantum slipstream if you built the unit. You can slipstream back to your home. So like if I'm out here, I'm like, oh man, I gotta take 26 minutes to go back home. Like I'm in here, I want to go back. I can just instantly slipstream back there because I own my home planet always. So it's another reason why you want to own territories is for easy travel, right? You can basically jump to these certain locations and then you can just warp from that point onward. So that's one of the things for the slipstream drive that makes it lucrative is that your travel time is cut in like by 80% if you own strategic locations of stuff.
I'm sorry, I must have missed the slipstream how it works. So is it like an autopilot and much
So
faster?
no, your slipstream is more like a transwarp. You'll takes you instantly from one location to the other. So think of it as like a transwarp or a jump drive. It basically when you only can use it within your owned territories. So if I'm in Romulus and that's my home area, I can slipstream back here because I always will own Romulus. But if I want to go to Nimbus at the top middle of the screen, if I own Nimbus, then I can slipstream and instantly jump there basically.
Okay, so it's a jump drive. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, essentially it's like a jump drive. But
Okay,
it's a
okay.
jump drive that only works within a radius of a territory you own.
Okay.
When-
So targetable or targeted jump drive.
When you say to a location that you own, is that defined by if your faction owns it or if your alliance owns it?
Alliance. So it checks the friendliness. So there's another perk too. So the check is because there's no real alliances, right? In Space Engineers, it's only factions. So what it does is it says, hey, is your faction friendly with another faction? If it is, then it'll allow the jump to that territory. If that if you own it. So basically, say I'm part of the Cardassia and I made a treaty with the Orions saying, let's team up together and as a perk of our alliance, I'll give you access to my territory jumps. So now you can befriend that alliance, you can make them friendly status, and now they can jump to the locations that you can jump that you own, even though you own it as Cardassia.
Kind of like
So,
travel papers. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Where you can like
you
maintain your
can
space lanes.
you basically give them permission to use your territories to jump to slipstream to. So that's another reason why alliances may be born, right? Let's team up with two alliances, and then this way we can share those resources and then we can jump to any locations we want and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's the jump. That's going to be the quantum slipstream drives. What else do we got? Still looking into it, but I'm trying to curate a list of music to change the space engineering music to. So I'm trying to swap it all to like more epic Star Trek-esque kind of music, which will give a different kind of look and feel to the game.
I had a bunch of them. I don't know what happened to them.
Mm.
Oh, there it is. Music suggestions.
All right, so we have a new mod coming called a site-to-site transporter, which is
Please tell me it's NPCs hauling stuff that we can take and steal.
no site-to-site transporters. So this is again another quality of life thing. So these are the site-to-site transporters. You would set these up on a grid, and then if you ever watch Star Trek, you'll see that you can simply go through one of these and you appear somewhere else.
Like a turbo lift, but without a button.
They showed that on Picard when those people were walking through those arches.
Yes, it's like just like Picard. These are very common on planets. They do to get places, right? People are going to start their workday. So now you may think like, okay, that's kind of cool, but we already have turbo lifts. Why do we need these? These are because they're faster. I can set these up where, so this one here, I'll paint it. This one we'll paint red we'll say that's our main one. Okay. And then we have these supplementary ones here. And say you make a room. So this is think of it as the gate room, you can call it. When I take, say this one right here, this is the bridge, right? We'll pretend this is a bridge around here. So this is the bridge of your ship. I'm on the bridge and I'm like, oh shit, I need to go to engineering. I can go in there if it was a turbo lift and then fiddle with my buttons, hit enter, go to and I'll appear there. Or I could simply just run. So if I run through this, all of a sudden I'm back in my gate room, and say this one right in front of me is the engineering. I just go through that and now I'm in engineering. Now that I'm in engineering, I could simply run out of engineering. I'm back in my gate room and I want to go to the bridge. Now I'm in the bridge. And then once I'm in the bridge, I could do the same thing and go back to, say, here, and I'm in cargo bay. So basically, if you're on your ship doing stuff and you're under fire, and if you ever tried using a transporter and finding a small button, you're fumbling and shit's blowing up and it's chaotic. If you could literally just run through an archway, run through another archway, and all of a sudden I'm at a different location, there's a benefit to that.
I can
And
see
I get,
people making traps with that.
oh yeah, definitely. You could make an archway that is like a fake corridor. Some guys going through that, and all of a sudden they end up on the outside of your ship, and they can't
Not
get back.
not only that, man. Like you could set up a fake entrance to your ship, and instead of it going to like somewhere uniquely, sensitive, you could set it up to where they're now inside of a whole protected area with like a turret.
Oh yeah, that's true. Fake
Like,
entrance. You enter a room where a turret just kills you. Yeah.
What's the range on those? You can't use them on planets, can you?
It's the range is unlimited as long as it's the same grid.
On a grid, okay.
So if you had a massive base in your planet, then yeah, anywhere on the grid you can use them, and then have
so
what?
here's my question, because I know some people are gonna ask this. Say you are on a ship and then you dock to a station. Is that station now connected to your grid, and can you use that to teleport throughout your station while still on the ship? Or would you need a merge block to accomplish that?
I don't know. I have not tested that scenario. I don't think it would work because you're still two separate grids. You're just connected. Not
The
like you
merge
don't
block
share.
changes the code, though, wouldn't it? Because the merge block makes you that grid, right?
Right. If you merge block a grid to a grid, then it becomes the same grid. So yes, then it would work. Then you could unmerge block, and then you could do that. I'm sure there's going to be a ton of cool ways that people use this, how it was either intended or not intended, but that's part of like the creativity of space engineers, right?
My other
Find different
question
uses.
is it just player entities that thing transports? I can't like shoot a rocket through that and it teleports somewhere else, right?
It should be just player entities. Let me go in to the control panel. Yeah, I locked out all the options, so it's only players.
Okay. So you can't like chuck an explosive through it to like
No.
pop out the other side. All right.
No.
What if you are riding on said entity?
Yeah, if you're riding on, you're on the entity. I don't know if the actual rocket you're riding on will go through too, or if it just takes you.
I see
But
some
then
junk rats in here.
this is a 1x1 block, so I don't know how big that rocket's gonna be that you're going through here, because you got to go through the archway.
You know, it would be interesting, Sark. I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm not saying that you can't do it. But I'm just saying, if you were to make a gigantic one of those things for a Dyson sphere to go in and out of, that'd be cool.
I think there's like a hard limit of how big a block can be before it starts getting fucky. It's like 30 by 30 or something, so they can't be huge.
Smaller than that. Yeah, Space Engineers. Originally, when I made the Dyson spheres, I made it as a giant model block, a singular block that was just huge, and Space Engineers exploded. Yeah, so that didn't work. So then I made it a 1x1 block, and I removed I made a 1x1 block, but visually I made it bigger and it still blew up. So that wasn't. So the Dyson spheres, guys, they're actually planets. It's an actual planet, is the Dyson sphere, made to look like a Dyson sphere that you live in the core of. So yeah, kind of cool. Yeah, so that, anyways, that is the site-to-site transporters that will be coming out. Oh, this next one is going to be another realism thing. Again, some may like it, some may not.
Are you
But
gonna show off the propulsion?
I did not get a demo ready of that one. That one's still in pieces. But I'll run through the blocks of the propulsion with you guys so you can see what the blocks look like. So historically, every ship needs a beacon, right? There's going to be a special beacon that is going to be required on your ship if you are going to be using warp drive. And that's called warp signature.
So that's how you implemented it. Good call.
So now every ship will have a warp signature, which the faster you warp, the larger your warp signature is. So if I'm flying at warp 9.99, I'm broadcasting at maximum broadcastability. So I think I said it's like 5,000 kilometers. I think it was 5,000 kilometers.
And keep in mind, the whole galaxy is like 16,000, so that's a good chunk of everybody can see you.
At maximum speed. But that's going to also be I have to test it with people because I haven't tested it with people yet. But I have to see if the draw distance of the server is negates that. So right now, I think it's you can only see 15 kilometers.
That
I
sounds
I'm
think
about
it's
fairly certain, Sarg, that it wouldn't matter because in the current game, the way that we have now at 2.0, and even in other games that use the same framework, as long as the beacon is like projected out to that distance, it will still render. Like say for instance, if you're hunting
Yeah,
around
it's
a
true.
planet,
Yeah,
and it pops the beacon up at 200,000 kilometers, it's still gonna
that's true.
show. So
So this, if you're at maximum velocity, you are going to be lit up like a Christmas tree across 1/3 of the galaxy at
So
maximum speed.
So we spoke about this a couple weeks ago. Is this power draw, or is it just straight speed to signal? So it doesn't matter if you're
Speed.
big ship, small ship, doesn't matter at all.
Speed, all based on
just
speed.
if you're in
The reason
combat
it's
and you
based on
try to run
speed,
away, people will find you. You need to
You know,
go
my
slow for
the
stealth
reason
and
it's
fast
based
for
on speed is because you don't want to be just firing all your weapons and you're lit up like a Christmas tree, right? It's only based on warp speed. So warp 5, you're doing half the distance. Warp 1, you're doing 1/10 of the broadcast. So again, it adds an element for one for people to see where other people are. It two shows you other people, like it adds realism to the galaxy. So you'll see people warping around everywhere if you're in that vicinity and they're traveling at a certain speed. If you have a base, so one of the concerns that was, hey, what if I had a base that was not in a safe zone and I'm warping home? I don't want people chasing me while I warp home, and then they know where I'm living. Well, in that case, what you want to do is when you get within a certain radius of your home, say say every sector, I think it was 6,000 kilometers or 5,000 for like the entire sector. So if you get in as soon as you get in your sector, go down to like warp 2, then all of a sudden you drop off the radar. They can't see you because you're going much slower. Again, the numbers of maximum distance, 5,000 kilometers broadcast at maximum warp, that ratio is not in stone. I'm still working out balance of that. So don't pay too much attention to that number. That's just where what landed at the last time I looked at it. Now that being said, there will be a new block, a new mod coming out. It won't be for launch, but it'll be some time after launch, hopefully near future after launch, which is a warp signature masking device. So if now you have a warp, so because again, this is all based on realism and like Star Trek, right? In Star Trek, when you warp, people can see you warp. They see your warp signature. They're able to trace you, right? So that's a real thing in Star Trek land. Now, another real thing is warping your signature. And the way masking your warp signature works in Star Trek is that it doesn't really make it like 0. It usually lowers it, right? So that you're not lit up like a Christmas tree. So there'll be 3-tiered blocks that will be available once the mod is finished that you will be able to use on your ship that will give you a 25, 50, and 75% reduction in warp signature. So
Okay.
if I had a top tier ship and I'm at end game, I want to be more stealthy. I also install my tier 3 plus warp masking device. Now, instead of me broadcasting 5,000 kilometers, I'm broadcasting at whatever, 1,250 kilometers, whatever 1/5 of that is. So, or 75% of that is. So there is going to be, again, there's going to be some people lit up more like Christmas trees until they get there, and then different pros and cons and stuff. It adds just another element to the game that will add more realism and also shows the activity of the server, so people will know other people are playing, and it feels more like, hey, I'm not playing Space Engineers. I played 8 hours today and I didn't see one person. You'll
You can
even if they're a
also
blip.
see, if you're like lucky enough, you can actually spot one group of players going to assault another group of players depending on how fast they're going. That'd be something interesting to see.
Does the warp drive or signature drop immediately after warp, or does it have a cooldown?
The warp signature is immediately, and it updates in real time. So when you're increasing your speed to 10 and then you decrease it, every time you decrease your speed, it will drop the broadcast instantly. So it's all real time.
How painful is that on sim speed?
About the same that a regular beacon on the server now would do if you jacked it up to max. Doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not bad on sim because it's not dynamically like there's nothing that's running every 5 seconds to check, or every second to check, hey, did your speed change? Did your speed change? Did your speed change? I didn't program it that way. I programmed it on button hit. So when you hit the button to lower your speed and your speed lowers, it then does the action. So it only happens when you're hitting speed up or slow down.
For SimSpeed though, did you guys fix the problem with the frameshift drive mod, since that's what warp drives are based off of? Because I don't know if you've seen like the Torch Discord recently, but there's a lot of other servers who had issues with it causing massive rubber banding just from being in the mod list, and also dropping sim speed by like 0.5 when it's active.
I haven't heard any reports on our server.
Me either.
Our warp drive was like very largely rewritten than the ones that they're using. Ours was redone by Dude, who kind of went MIA, but I heard he might be back, which I hope it's true. But he did fantastic work there, and he cleaned it up a lot and changed a lot. And yeah, that's what
We're
that.
basically unaffected.
Yeah, I haven't heard any reports of 2.0 people, because we still have people playing on 2.0. There's still like 8 people a day ish, even though there's been not a lot of updates and stuff happening. So No one has reported anything like that.
At most, I'll get the occasional ticket. My ship can't warp, and it's usually something to do with the fact that they're bugged out, not because of the mod.
Yeah. All right, so that is warp signatures, which is going to be super awesome and exciting. And again, new element to the game, new ways to find people for PvP, new realism in the world, and there is going to be warp signature masking, which is going to be part of the game as well. So you're going to want to add that block to your grids and stuff as you go. We got a bunch of, we have some models changing. So again, Arcolis has helped us with our models, and we're going to be changing some of them up just visually to be more of what our own like stuff is. So like the battery model is going to be changing and some other stuff as well. There is going to be a new drilling device, a new laser drill. So yes, we are going to get that. It's going to be using Ash Like Snow's framework. We have the model already. We started building it, the program ourselves, but that person who was helping us with that stopped helping. So we're going to have to scrap that progress and go learn how to make it work with Ash Like Snow's new framework, which should be good because Ash does fantastic work. He's also the guy who's taking over the Darkstar mod shields since Darkstar has retired from
And
Space
weapon core.
Engineers and Weapon Core. Yeah, so that's a lot. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing what he comes up with his changes. But all his stuff is pretty rock solid. Like he's really good at what he does. So looking forward to that.
Another question with Shield, since it's like open source now, are you guys gonna do anything to it, like remove any of the stupid health pool stuff, or is it just gonna stay on the main branch?
Right now, they're staying on the main branch just because we have a development team of one, which is me, and I don't have time to do make versions of every mod and then maintain them when Keem breaks them. But I guess that would be a good segue to this part. Anybody on the call, you have friends, family, someone that is willing to help with C# programming and space engineers, I would be very happy to take any help we can on the program side of things because it's a lot of work and I don't do this by trade. I kind of just learn as I go and it takes a long time. So if anyone can assist in that capacity, please contact me directly. If you cannot, but you have a financial ability to donate, then please donate because there are people that we have paid in the past and can pay again to help us get new content and stuff out the door faster. The more help I get, either financially or work wise, the faster we can roll this out to all of you to play on. So please consider either or because that would help a lot. Again, this is not a business, guys. This is just quote unquote fun and aggravation. So it's not like we make any money on this stuff. Everything we do make, even with Patreon, goes right back into stuff like new servers and paying people to assist building new content for STC. Let's see. I actually want to do a special shout out to Gray Owl since we got everyone here. So Gray Owl, thank you very much. He put a quite large amount he donated recently. because he's very happy with the server. He likes us. He likes where it's going, and he wanted to help where he could. So he did. He put some a chunk of change towards a new physical server. So one of the things that I'm doing as well is upgrading one of our current servers to an i9 14900K, so top of line Intel that works with space engineers. So that's going to help tremendously with sim speeds and resource allocations and stuff. So thank you for that, Gray Owl.
Glad to.
All right, what we got next? All right, probably not for launch, but maybe, but we'll see. Is going to be a trophy system we're going to be releasing. Trophies are going to be when you kill an NPC, you will get a token. That token, when you get a certain amount of those tokens, you can build a special trophy. So they'll be like, you kill 1,000 bird of prey, you get 1,000 tokens. The 1,000 tokens you then can use your assembler to make into a bird of prey trophy. And then you can put those trophies in like a trophy room in your home base or in your main base or whatever, right? So again, just another RP kind of cool thing, bragging rights and all that. You could have trophies of all kinds of stuff like chips, like Borg spheres and stuff like that, inside your ship in like a trophy case kind of thing. So that's something that we're going to be doing as well. Just something fun for people that do the grind for NPCs and stuff. Those trophies again the tokens can also be sold on the trade market, which then adds another element of something that you can only get there. So player driven costs and stuff like that. What else do we got? New starter ships. So we plan to have new starter ships for all of the alliances. The starter ships are also going to be in 2 tiers. So there'll be a basic level starter ship that you can start with, and then there'll be a Patreon version. So if you're a Patreon of a certain level, you will be able to get a better starter ship that will help you get your head start and such. So I'll show those off once they get finalized, but they're not finalized yet. But that is something new that's coming to the starting game loop. Starter ships will all have warp drives. They're scrappable warp drives. So if you grind it down, or if it gets damaged beyond a certain point, you then lose your warp, and you can't rebuild it. So they are kind of like just meant for starter ships. They're also limited to warp 1. So they'll help you in your starting area, like getting from say Earth to Mars and to the asteroid belt quickly, because you got warp 1, which is going to be say 1 kilometer a second, versus using impulse, which will take you a while. All right, something else that's cool I can kind of demo is we're gonna be. Well, I've created a new portal system, so it's like a web interface for the game, where players will be able to sign in and kind of like see their stuff in game. So let me show you what that looks like.
You're still streaming your game, Sark, and it's frozen.
Yeah, I'm gonna swap that out.
Oh, by the way, could you send me the link to that thing? Because I lost it once I reset my PC.
Well, you'll see it soon because everyone's gonna see it.
Oh, true.
All right, so you see my web browser, guys?
Yeah.
All right. So this is a new website you guys can go to. It's online currently. still in an alpha state, but it's set up to work with 2.0 for now as we test with it. So what you want to do is you basically click sign into Steam on the top right, and you sign in with your Steam account. Once you're signed in, it recognizes who you are, and it knows that I'm the super user, so I have different access than other people. Off the bat, you'll see all the different servers, and if they're online or offline. You'll also see how many players are on each of the servers. So see, like 4 people are in sector 2 right now. It looks like 2 are there, but obviously these show offline, so something's wrong. I think I have to reboot one of the servers. There'll be a news section too, so any updated like stuff happening, new content, updates, stuff like that would be listed on the news site. Server settings. So this is one of the questions we get a lot from people is, what is your inventory multiplier on the server? What is how fast do your assemblers work? What's the multiplier? Do you guys have thruster damage, right? Like these are all common questions people ask over and over again. So what you can do is you can actually select whatever server you want. So I can say, go look at server 3 or sector 3. And then this will show me the setup for sector 3 within some of the setup, not all of it. But you can see here, okay, we're using an inventory multiplier of 5, block inventory multipliers 2, etc. So if people want to create their own single player versions, if whatnot, this will bring them closer to that because they can see these settings here in view distance. So, and sometimes these values change based on the server you're on. They're probably not going to change in 3.0 because everything is like 1. There's no starter sectors. So I'll probably limit this. I'll probably change this to remove sector and just keep one set of configs. We'll see. Another thing is mods. Everyone wants to know what mod listings. What is the current mods we're using? Well, this is all of them here. So you can see all the different mods by sector. And again, you can say, look at sector 1. And what are the mods in sector 1? These are the mods we're using. And then you can click this link, which will copy the URL to a clipboard. And then you can paste that into your browser and it'll take you right to the workshop. Server status, same thing. Just shows you the different servers if they're online or offline and how many players are on. This is going to change a bit. I've already had feedback from people regarding PvP stuff. So initially I wanted to show people like, hey, who's online and where are they? So right now I can see Sargonis, he's part of this faction. He's just a member in that faction and he's in sector 9998, which is 3.0's tester realm.
No way
And
that gets abused.
yeah. So this will be removed, the sector part, so people won't see who's in what sector. They'll
You can
just
only
be able to
that
see
'cause
that
he's in
they're
admin mode. That's why.
yeah. As an admin, I can see that. They'll just be Sargonis. You'll see what faction he's in, and you'll see what his rank is, and that has multiple things that can be really good because if maybe you see 50 people online and maybe you want to say, hey, I want to join a faction. Who's the active faction? I see that ESD is always online, so maybe I want to join ESD. Should you go talk to them? If there is no faction, it'll just say there's no faction found. And then that will prompt us as admin to go say make a faction. Then we got faction listings. So here's every single faction in STC 2.0. There's 565 factions. If I wanted to sort and find out who's on those factions, I could just go in here and I could maybe do a search for Federation, and then I can see all the factions with the word Federation in it, and then I can go down and decide like, oh, Feds, maybe I want to join this one, so I can
Will the
go.
real Federation please stand up?
Yeah. So faction listings, so you can see what factions there are. Player votes. So this keeps track of who voted and when they voted and how many times they voted and what month they voted and their total votes and if they claim their votes. So here we can see this Peasman guy has voted 11 times. All 11 times he has taken his votes. He's claimed his rewards. So this is again just public knowledge too, because you could find this yourself if you went to specific websites, but it helps us keep track so we can see who's engaged and whatnot. Also, this goes well with the faction stuff, right? If you see some dude has like 90 votes and 90 times he's claimed, then that means he may be someone I want to contact to say, hey man, can I buy some like zone chips off of you for my safe zone?
I
Because
was just about to say that shit.
yeah,
You can also tell if people stop voting, and if they stop voting, you might be able to predict when their safe zone goes down. So keep
yeah,
track of that.
yeah. So we're also gonna have in-game info here. So every person will have kind of their own profile, and with who they are, their rank, etc., their play hours, what's in their bank account. You know, they can do a little like RP bio about themselves if they wanted to. Um, Not for launch, but I'm going to be working on player reputation. So right now in Alliance, every faction has a reputation based on like if you're friendly or neutral or enemy, right? But I wanted to create something for each person. So like maybe, you know, Gray Owl is part of the Federation, and in particularly, he's like the trades a lot, like he's trusted. Many people have done interactions with him. He doesn't come shooting and steal your stuff. You know, there'll be a way for him to get like a designation as a trusted trader. So then later, when people want to do trade and stuff, they may go look at first. Okay, who's a trusted trader? I'd rather go work with them. You know, versus if if this reputation said like mercenary for hire or you know rebel or something like that, right? Then obviously, you know, if there's some rebel evil person and they're saying, "Yeah, I'll sell you some stuff," you may not want to go there and take that candy. Um, yeah, and then there would be point system based. So those mechanics are still being worked out in that design, but that's something that I want to put together for at some point in the 3 dot series. Quantum Hanger. So this one is also super useful. I can go to Quantum Hanger, and since I've logged into Steam, which then corroborates that what my Steam ID is, and then it checks my database and does technical stuff, I can see exactly all of my ships that are in my Quantum Hanger. And then I can see the stats of how much PCU each ship was, how large it was, large grid, small grid, and maybe right, maybe you don't know where you parked it, right? Say this Freedom class ship I put in the hangar, but I don't remember where I actually put it in the hangar. And when I unhanger it unhangers there, right? So you can click on this button here, which will then take the GPS to your clipboard and paste that into your GPS and Space Engineers. And then now you can have a GPS marker of where you left your ships. So that'll be useful. Also, sometimes people are like, "Hey, my ship disappeared. I don't know where it is. I haven't logged in a month." Well, it probably got auto hangered, so we can say, "Go check your hangar." You can see it's in your hangar. And where is it exactly? Well, there you go. Click on that button. You can go grab it. Grid listings. So this one's another cool one. This one is a live view of every grid that I own on all servers. So say I had 20 grids out there floating around and I don't remember where they all are even. If I own the grid, or primary owner of the grid, I will have this in my list. So sometimes even, right, you're like, you're in game and you figure out, you're like, I logged out and I logged in the next day and my ship's gone. What happened to it? I need a ticket, restore it. It's a glitch, something like that, right? Well, you can clearly see if you go to your grid listings that it still does exist and it's probably in a different area if you still own it. And, you can then grab the GPS and go find it. And hopefully it's not in motion. We're going to have a bounty system, not for launch, but in the 3 series, where we'll have missions like we talked about, which were the PvE missions, like go kill this stuff, get a token, come back, cash it in, but then and mine this, sell it here, do this. Like you'll have missions to do, but you're also going to have bounty boards. So maybe you really didn't like Fate, and Fate has killed you so many times, so you may want to put a bounty on Fate. So this would allow you to go to the bounty boards, put a bounty on Fate, and then for you could say for 30 days, whoever deals X amount of damage to Fate will get this money, and then you could put a bounty on it. Still being worked on. That's why it's not going to be ready for launch, but it's going to be primarily based on PCU. So it would probably be like you've done 200,000. So someone could put up a bounty saying, do 200,000 PCU damage to Fate, and I'll give you 1 million credits. So once you've hit that threshold, which it'll keep track of, and you've done that much damage to Fate, then it would pay you out. And then eventually I'll do things that can add to it. So instead of Fate having 10 bounties on him, maybe Fate just has 1, and different people can add to the pot. So everyone puts in 1 million, and now you have 1 billion credit bounty on him for who does X amount of damage or something like that. So we're still working out the mechanics of that, but it's something I wanted to do, to put bounties on people, because it's always of an interest. Helps with PvP, but it also helps with the people that are pissed off at people that do PvP, and helps make other people kill those people. So, the economy. So part of Crunch's new economy system will be integrating into this as well. So you'll be able to click on this economy link, and then you'll be able to see the different space stations that are available for trade and what they have. So you don't have to like fly there and go look at the inventory in the block and be like, you have this. I can come here in real time and say, oh, if I go to Gray Owl's trade station, I can go trade because I see he has zone chips available that I want to power my thing, and he's selling it for this price. So then I know exactly where I could go, who I can trade with, and I just go there and do my thing.
That being said, guys, the default range on a beacon, I believe, in Space Engineers is what, 200K? So if you wanted to advertise what you had for sale, you could put up multiple beacons.
Oh, don't do that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
But like, I have this to sell.
Oh God.
Space advertisements.
Space
Yeah.
advertisements.
Crash.
I would say, so we have enough GPS markers already in the world. I would just say, if you're interested in buying or selling something, go to the website. You can clearly see all the grids who are selling stuff, where the grids are located, and what they're selling, and how much they're selling it for, etc. And then you can deal with your stuff that way.
I mean, if you want to blast a beacon 200 kilometers, I'll be happy to come delete it for you.
That'd
Well,
be the point.
So the safe zones, right? The safe zones are in your home territory, but you own the safe zone, right? So if you want to run your own station and you're worried about what he just said about someone deleting the beacon for you, which means like destroying your shit, you could make your space stay in your safe zone that you're powering with votes. You could put your trade center in there, and then now people can dock and go to your trade center, and then they can, uh, they can trade with you, and you don't have to worry about your stuff blowing up. Because yes,
Until
it's publicized, but it's publicized in a safe area and where you're not going to blow up. So yeah, different ways to use that. Yeah, and that's what we have so far. So we're going to continue to expand this. If you guys have more ideas of some cool stuff that we could look into integrating, like to make it more interactive, the game. So sometimes you're at work or something and you can't really play the game, you can still kind of like play the game. Let us know or let me know, and then I can brainstorm and try to see if we can do stuff like that. And then for admins, we have special admin access that gives us reports on stuff. So that's how we determine, that Leah blew up Fate's ship on January 24th by using her phasers, right? Like we can see all that stuff in the logs. So it's a much easier way to admin for admins that will be less time consuming to investigate, because I've built a whole bunch of reports here that we can utilize.
if your website ever actually says that, it's broken because Leah doesn't kill anybody.
Right. Just sends hugs and kisses. Yes. So that is our website so far, which will be this will be live with launch. So wherever we have made so far, still cleaning it up, but the website will be live with launch. Scrap drives, words, wiki, impulse, distress, tips, grid analyzer. All right, I got impulse, grid analyzer, and
the grid analyzer is, I think, my favorite part.
impulse, grid analyzer. Yeah, I just have those two left on the docket. So let's go check out the grid analyzer.
Leia's foaming at the mouth right now in fucking town hall chat.
No.
I think she lost her shit when she figured out she could track people.
Oh. Yeah, a lot of people will be excited and not too excited. Again, just add strategy to what you're doing and you'll be fine. So can you guys see my space engineers now?
No.
We still see the STC console, so you'll have to switch windows again.
I'm gonna have to exit and go back in because Discord is awesome. I can't remember my own command. Help analyzer. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull up the code on my computer. I don't remember why I labeled the command now.
Are we showing off the whole switcher thing?
Yeah, I'll show off what little demo we have on that. That's still a severe work in progress, but
The idea of it
Definitely
is so
some.
fucking cool, though.
Yeah. So we can show that, make a little hype. Nothing you can't do without help and money. All right. That is sorry, guys. Give me 1 sec. Grid analyzer open. Ah, there you go. Analyze, it's called. Analyze grid. Okay. All right. So say you guys are, going around and, one of the things we have is that kind of ability to, what's it called? Surrender, right? The surrender rule that we made that we're going to be reworking a little bit. But what you do is, the rules of like, hey, you have X amount. It's so complicated and time consuming to like do the whole thing. So we're going to simplify it dramatically. And one way we could do that is if you're flying around and say you're engaging in combat, and then the guy's like, I surrender, and you stop firing. You can just point your crosshairs at their ship, and you can type in analyze grid. Did I not put the mod on this?
Is it the capitalization that's causing it?
Maybe. Hold on. Let me make sure I even put the mod in here. Grid. No, I don't have. I didn't put it on my test server yet. Let me see. If you guys want to be patient, I can restart the server and put it on.
Hey, let's take a 5-minute piss break. We've been at this for 2 hours.
Oh yeah, it's been 2 hours already. We're almost done. Yeah, take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna restart the server, and I'll put the plugin in so I can show you.
In the meantime, I'm going to put some music inside of the text chat of this channel. Some of it may or may not be included in STC 3.0 as the background BGM. So I'll give you guys a chance to take a listen and let us know if you like it or not. It might just end up in game. So let me grab a couple and we'll be good to go.
All right. All right, server's gonna restart. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and I'll show you this, and we'll talk about the one more thing. Then we'll open up the floor to questions if anybody has any.
Some of the music is up. Feel free to test them out and give it a like if you like it or not. Any kind of feedback is appreciated, even if it's negative.
What up?
Hello? Why is everybody on mute?
So the music that I put in the text channel, if you don't know what it is, if you go to the town hall, there is a little button that says open chat. It will pop up a separate window for you to access the text channel version of the VC. I know that's kind of weird. But at the bottom, you'll find a bunch of audio files to pick through. These audio files are going to be triggered by certain conditions in the game. So you won't always have the same monotonous thing going on at all times. They do have triggers.
Oh boy.
What's everybody doing?
I'm just waiting.
What for?
Sarg.
Okay.
This is the 3.0 announcement. That's why everyone's here.
Ew.
All right. Well, since we're waiting and we're still talking about a surrender rule that was supposed to get written off of the rules, I'm assuming this doesn't apply to warring factions, right?
So surrender only counts if you actually see it. So I've never seen it.
Well, here's the thing. So, like, we've captured ships that were en route to a siege before, and they pulled the surrender bullshit.
I
Right.
don't like
So
surrender.
then I'm stuck there trying to spend time salvaging stuff from a warship when I need to get over to the main battle. So like there's instances where surrender is way too easy to abuse. That or I could just fly a bullshit ship, waste your time trying to get me to surrender.
And I'm not kidding when I say there's 20 transphasic torpedoes coming in to splash into the player as they scream, "I surrender! I surrender!"
Right.
Welcome to ticket time and everybody having a fucking fit. That's why we don't fucking give them a chance to surrender.
Surrender without rules is fun because the surrendering ship is calling for backup quietly, and the pirate's stressing out because it seems like they're stalling.
Yeah, that never happens, right?
Never.
All right, guys, I'm back. So let's
What up?
get started.
Your ship and
Sorry,
kill
we
their
were
ship
just talking
too.
shit on the surrender rule.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's changing dramatically. So what you know of it now is not what it's going to be moving forward.
Ooh, changing dramatically, like it's going away.
Um,
Yeah, just take it away.
Will
it's
your logs show
just
if somebody
changing.
screams, "I
was-
surrender," as there's torpedoes in flight to them? The torpedo range, the flight time is long, and they can scream, "I surrender," halfway through it.
That could also work the other way around, where they
And the
surrender
other
and
way
you can
around,
claim
right.
that you already shot and couldn't help it.
Right. Well, a couple torpedoes that hit you to damage you.
20
If they
transphasics? No, that's gone.
right.
I mean,
So the again, this new surrender rules haven't been finalized or anything, but the concept is basically surrendering in group battles is not a thing. A group battle being two or more ships, or sorry, three or more ships. So if you're in a fight and it's like 3 versus 3 or 2 versus 2, if it's 2 versus 2, you can still surrender, like 1 against 2 or 2 against 1 or 5 against 1. You know, you can surrender. But if the two parties have more than 3 ships, then no. So that's why when you get into like
what if
giant
this fight
battles,
is a skirmish that is not directly at the main fleet battle, but it's like at you know, you caught somebody en route to get to the fleet battle.
sorry, describe that to me.
So like we've had a siege before where we knew that reinforcements were coming, so we caught them at the gate away from the main battle and they pulled the surrender on us. So instead of being able to like blow them up real quick and then get back to the main battle, we had to sit there and like play the whole surrender bullshit and waste time.
Was there more than 2?
It was 2 ships that surrendered. But it was away from the main fleet battle that was going on at a territory.
It was probably 10
So
plus
I feel like if it's a part of an alliance war at all, no matter where it's happening, it shouldn't apply.
Well, that
if there's a large group
the rule was going to be that surrenders can't happen period in any sort of territory battle. It's only to be used as for random skirmishes, like
Right, but okay, but what if it's far away from the territory battle but still linked to it, like they're on their way there?
I would think that the best rule of thumb is if there's an active territory battle, any force within that faction battling for control doesn't get the surrender rule.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Or
Yeah,
you could just make
that
the surrender
alliance.
thing
If
only
you're in that
happen on grids
sector,
without
if you're in,
weapons.
sorry,
You can make the surrender thing only apply for grids that don't have offensive weaponry. So it's like good for traders and people who want to just like go to stations and stuff. So they can RP surrendering and people taking some of their loot or
I
something.
don't think there's anyone that has explicitly defensive weaponry.
yeah,
Yeah.
So I would just limit
then
it to
would be a thing.
if there's a territory battle, either sub territory or main territory, like a Dyson sphere, and you're in the sector, of that territory where the territory battle is taking place, and you are of an alliance of the one of the parties, you cannot surrender. So if I'm
I'd probably want to stretch that across sectors because sometimes you can ambush them before.
Well, if they're
True.
in the sector, you can ambush them.
Well, here's the thing: if you could track people by warp signature and you see people leaving the battle, if you chase them out the sector, can they still surrender? No, I would think that as long as the conflict is still happening, it's gloves off until it's resolved.
yeah, it's hard to it's hard though. Like, what if I'm a noob in a asteroid belt, and then someone comes to kill me, and I'm like, oh, I surrender, and you're like, ah, too bad, noob. Your alliance is in a battle right now, so you can't surrender.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's not okay.
Well,
That's when
why
we
don't
bring the council together and we brandish somebody with a rogue pirate
Yeah, exactly.
label. We besmirch his reputation.
Because here's the thing: alliances don't technically exist in Space Engineers. So if you see, like, say, KDF engaging with, say, STF at the Dinosphere, that doesn't mean RVG all the way in the Federation can be attacked. Even though they're still Federation, they're not actively fighting. You know what I mean?
Fuck that. They're donning their colors.
Yeah, but
No.
and what if what if you own a sub territory like one of the new planets, and say you own it, and then I come by, and all of a sudden I'm in your territory, you see me, you start attacking, and I'm like, oh, I surrender. You're gonna be like, you can't surrender because this is a territory skirmish now, because you're in my territory. Do you know what I mean?
Don't accept surrender at all. Just kill him.
Be mindful of what neighborhood you walk into.
So
Did anybody ever expect the surrender to work in Delta? We hit you with enough firepower, you just turn into slag.
The only time the surrender rule became relevant to me is when I got stalled once or twice when I got jumped afterwards.
Well, this is a side thing. I won't distract on this issue anymore. Go ahead, continue, Sark.
I'm welcome to I welcome the feedback. If you want to contact me, anybody on the call with suggestions on how it could work, pros and cons, then I'm more than happy to put something around it. Some people like that, especially less aggressive players, and I don't want to remove it. We've done a lot in favor of PvP, as you've seen, so I'm not gonna, I'm not catering to one side or the other, so I don't want to remove the surrender rule, but we can put different guidelines around it that are much simpler and less mathematical. So that being said, with the surrender rule, when someone surrenders and you decide, like, you're like, I think the rule right now is board their ship, look at their cargo, you have 15 minutes to take what you want and leave, or something stupid like that, right? So rather than that, what you could do is use the new mod we have, which is called the analyzer. So you can say analyze, look at the grid you want, type analyze, and then grid. And now it tells me a listing of every component that grid is made of. So I can go right down to, say, my tier 8. Maybe I only care about tech, right? I can be like, okay, your whole grid is worth 3,700 exotic. 16 this, oh, that's negligible. So I really care about exotic, maybe tier 2 as well. Where's tier 2? 1680. So I can be like, okay, well, I only really care about this stuff. So then we can set like a maximum that people like percentage. So you can't say, like, give me all you owe me 3,800 exotic tech and I'll let you go. But you may want to do the math. Instead of you doing the math, you could type grid and then 10 for 10%, and now it's going to show me 10%. So I can do a quick scan of your ship, say 10% of your exotic, your ship's worth 372 exotic is at 10%. So give me 372 and you can go. So then they can give it to you on the spot, right? They can go grind something down or whatever, give it to you, and then you go off in your merry way. Then it doesn't mean you don't have to do the whole search and seizure in 20 minutes and all that kind of stuff. It's the math is right there in front of you.
Keep
So
in mind,
if we set the top amount, say 25% or 20%, right? You type in 20. So you owe me, if I take the maximum from you because I just want tech, you owe me 744. But if you want to be nice, you could be like, well, you know what, just whatever. I like you. Give me 5%. Oh, there's a cooldown. Give me 5%. So 186. So give me 186 tech and just go on your way. So you could do something like that, right? And we would set the maximum, and then the RP side is you guys get to choose what you want to do the max, or as the aggressor, you can choose what you want, the maximum payout, or you're going to be nicer, whatever, right? And
keep in mind,
if they disagree, then you blow them up.
this is also a really handy way to enforce taxes. So if you wanted to say grant a particular faction rights to a particular area to mine because only certain things are in certain places, you could patrol that area and exact taxes for them being in that area, and you don't have to have them lie to you. You can just analyze the grid.
You can also analyze the grid as a defensive measure before you engage, right? If I come up to that ship and I'm like, oh shit, should I attack him? It looks pretty, but is it actually powerful? And I do a quick scan and I'm like, okay, you know what? Scan the grid. Oops, and not take a screenshot. Scan the grid. I can be like, oh man, look, it's worth 10,000 exotic and 5,000 continuum. Like, that's a good win, but it's probably going to be really hard to kill. Do I want to engage it with my tier 2 ship that has no exotic tech, right? So off the bat, I can see he's got exotic. He's probably got exotic weapons or exotic whatever, right? If I scroll down even further, I can go see if it has like what's it called? The components, gel packs. Yeah. If I see gel packs, I'm like, look, a whole bunch of gel packs. That means he definitely has exotic weapons. So it can help you scan your person before you engage, or you're like, know what, cloak, get out of there, warp away, do something else. So that's that. Or there's another option, which I don't know if I fixed the bug yet, but let me see. You could type analyze inventory, and then it'll show you all the inventories of your grid. So if someone's hiding something in the inventory, you would be able to look at that and be like, oh look,
he has 1,000 quantum torpedoes. Better not fuck with that starting out.
Yeah. So another way you can kind of determine the threat level of that ship and if you should engage or whatnot, right? Or maybe you analyze the grid and you're like, you know what? I don't need the 20. Give me 20% of your exotic and 20% of your torpedoes, so you get 200 quantums for that transaction, right? So you could.
Can I pose a quick hypothetical?
Yeah.
Let's say this is going on in orbit of a planet, right? Say you have a ship surrendered and you're analyzing them. Now the surrendered ship quietly sends out a distress call to a third party. But no, you can't prove it, right? You send a private Discord message to a third party. That third party shows up, attacks the pirate, blows him up. What happens now? Is that legal?
Isn't that just the risk of
No,
piracy?
it's not.
Isn't that just a risk of piracy?
Then
It should be. It should be, but then we would have to scrap the rule.
Yeah. So if you're engaged in surrender operations, then those grids are off limit.
So I'm invincible even if there was an enemy fleet that wanted to blow me up nearby. I'm invincible because I have a surrendered ship next to me. See, there's like extreme ways to exploit this.
I almost think you should have a mandatory beacon name change if you're surrendered, like in a surrendered state, like broadcast that you're surrendered.
That's so
Somehow.
hard to get a new player to do. I mean, even for me, it's like you got to go through the hassle of changing the beacon name and whatever. But I see both ends of it too. You know, it is highly
exploitable.
Yeah, it can become tactics.
It's a very valid point. I didn't even think about it.
Because then
So the
you just
feedback
said
that
that
I want more discussion around this. We're not going to solve it on this call, but again, if you have suggestions in mind, not
Okay.
the answer of removing it completely, but making it in a way that is less exploitable and still fun and useful, then please let me know and we can discuss it and put something together regarding that.
Cool.
So yeah, that's the grid analyzer to analyze grids, and it's good even not for PvP, right? Or it could be used for PvE. Doesn't have to be a player, right? If a ship spawns an NPC, you can do a scan of the NPC ship and be like, hey, this ship, if I kill it perfectly, I'm going to get 8,000 exotic for it or something,
how
right?
close do you
Or,
have to be to analyze?
sorry?
How close do you have to be to analyze?
I think it's just a ray trace.
Yeah, I think it's just in your crosshairs. Yeah, just, it has to be, so draw distance is 15 clicks. If you can get your crosshairs on it at 15 kilometers away, then you can
Basically, if you can spot
scan
it with a camera, you can hit it with that command.
Yeah. So, and then it's also useful too for just like building, right? If say you're like you like that ship, you're like, oh man, I want a copy of that ship. Shit, how much shit do I need to build it, right? You can just scan it, be like, ah, I need all this crap. So I
I
need,
assume you could use this in a huge base raid too. You could just go around and look at which grid has the most stuff. You wouldn't have to sit there and grind your way and look around. You would just instantly be like, that's the money grid.
True, and if I remember
Yeah.
correctly, this was the tier 0 implementation. I believe in the future, we were going to implement another tier where we would implement the code with specific blocks in the ship. So like the text would appear on an LCD screen in real time.
yeah.
But that's the
Ultimately, I
next
want to make it
iteration.
part of the game. So this is like the MVP version they call it. It's the just value. The value add is there, but I want to make it a block in the game so that you have to like be in your cockpit, point your ship towards that with your crosshair, be able to scan the ship, and it'll tell you the readout. They have 20 elite phasers. They have 5 quantum torpedoes. Their grid is worth this. Like it'll be all displayed in more of an RP side rather than a server command. But again, that is a lot more work, and again, I'm
It
one
would be
person.
kind of cool if we can implement that, because we can then also tell if like the weapons are powered on. Then you can set, you know, a programmable block set that says if this is powered on scan, set off alarm in ship. You know, red alert type shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's lots of things you can do with it.
There's lots of things you can do with stuff like that.
But then we have to also take into account how often it happens. And when you put it as a block, it changes a little bit of sim
Sim speed, yeah.
sim speed stuff. But anyways, we can look more into that. That's something I would like to do, but again, because of dev limitations and time, it won't be out in launch.
Oh, yeah,
3.0 something maybe, but not launch.
Oh no, that's great. It'll make it easy for piracy. We'll know exactly who we want to go after.
Yeah.
Without them even knowing that we looked at their ship at all.
Yep, you can remain hidden in the space lane until you see something juicy.
It's sensors, right?
Yeah.
So, that being said, I'll give you one hint. There is a way around it. Because again, we want to kind of add a little RP to it, right? If you do a scan of the ship or you do a scan of the inventory, it scans all of the inventory except stuff that is not really part of inventory. So you know how on a ship you can make cargo containers, which are not connected? Or freight containers? Yeah.
Smuggler.
You can, so you can actually smuggle stuff by putting those super exotic stuff in there, and then you don't have to, if someone does scan you, it won't show up.
So what you're saying is the surrender roll is even more bullshit now.
Yeah, you're driving me to go into somebody's ship with a grinder and tear down fucking random walls. What's this bathroom for? What's behind it? You know, I'm gonna grind their ship up.
No, or you wouldn't be able to. You have to physically put it in there. So one, they only hold a limited amount. too, they're only probably going to be used for smuggling runs, right? Or if you want to be super careful, if you're transporting X continuum tech to another base, you may want to throw it in there for your journey just in case. But again, they only hold a certain amount.
Right, but put it behind a fake wall. I had that on my PAL ship on Sigma. I had.
But if you blow up their ship and you didn't know it was in there to begin with, then you would just those things have no integrity. You would just lose the tech. It would blow up.
Well, it's like you have the ship surrendered, but you don't trust that what you see on the screen is everything they have, so you want to take a look inside. Oh, it's an idea.
Well, there's you always hear about, cloaking fields inside hiding cargo from smugglers in Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
And they only can actually find it if they investigate and actually see it.
Yeah, which is me grinding your ship up.
Yeah.
Looking all over the place.
Glad you surrendered. Let me grind your cell down.
But if you didn't if you blew it up, you're not going to get it anyways. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of a mute point, because
no, if it's a surrendered ship, I'm coming on board now and having a look around.
Oh, you gotta find out what exactly is making up that exotic tech that you scanned. You don't know what's making it up. It's just worth that much. So you can literally go around and be like, I want that thruster, I want that thruster.
No, I'm looking for their freight containers now. I'm going to be tearing out random walls that I think there might be something behind.
So we can build that into it. If you want to, at your own risk, you want a quick in and out. That's not going to waste your time. Give me 20%. Call it a day. You think that guy's smuggling something? Take your
but
longer.
Wasting time isn't really a problem because the pirate's safe.
Well, not necessarily. We haven't. Those rules haven't finalized, right? So
okay.
That's the whole point of discussing everything around that.
Because that's what's really fun with piracy is the fear, because you don't want to blow the guy's ship up, but then if he's stalling, you're getting more and more afraid every minute that passes.
No, right. You've got a fish on the hook. You let your faction know, like a dozen more ships come in, and suddenly you have free for all PvP. It's the way it always works.
So then maybe we do that. Maybe you're not protected. You part of your demands as a pirate be like, I scanned your ship. It's worth 1,000 exotic. Give me 200 exotic in the next 10 minutes, or I will blow up your ship. And then if he stalls because he's waiting for someone, just like in Star Trek, at a certain point they're like, forget it, and we'll blow you up. So maybe we design something around there.
So then the surrender rule is completely null and void. I just say, hey, he was taking too long, so I thought he was bringing friends.
Well, here's the thing. Like, when you board their ship and you think they're stalling, maybe the first thing that you decide to take is their shield block.
Well, that's how piracy is. You start telling them, dude, if you take too long, I'm going to blow you up.
But it's not, because the only way to communicate
is their warp drive and their shield block, so they can't get away from you. So even if they do get help, they're guaranteed to be destroyed, so they're less likely to fuck that up.
The only way to communicate in the game is by either whisper or global chat or something, right?
Or beacons.
Beacons. Anytime you do that, maybe not beacons, because I don't think the log tracks beacon name changes, but any kind of communication in text message format is logged by a timestamp. So if you're like, I surrender, and then Dema's like, you got 10 minutes to give me 200 tech, and then he's sitting there with his stopwatch and he's like, it's 10 minutes 1 second, you're dead. And then he attacks the beacons, and then he wants to dispute it. It's very easy for us to check the logs. We can see the message was wrote at this time. We check the logs. Damage started right at that time. Perfect. That's 10 minutes.
Without the creators actually coming in and interfering, there are ways around this shit too. We have been victims to pirates. I mean, where do you think we learned how to be such good pirates? We got pirated. You get the person on board. You know there's only one person. You go to warp. Goodbye. You're on my ship. You're not in your warship. You can grind everything you want, but I'm eventually going to get to a safe place or meet up with my buddies.
This is kidnapping now.
Well, yeah, but you understand. Guys,
you are the cargo now.
Wait.
We can put you in the freight containers. No one will know you're there if they scan you.
Guys, I'm trying to come up with a inverse of what you're saying. Yes, this can be abused, but the other side is true as well. If you're out doing this, you need to be smart. You know, if you're going to be prey, you need to act like prey. You wait for them to make a mistake and you take advantage of it. You don't even need to be a big badass fighter, like have a class D fucking enterprise with you. No. You wait for that one guy to get on your ship, you GTFO, and you try to meet your friends. Try. He might grind down your warp drive. Who gives a shit? He's
I'm
still
gonna start
alone.
maglocking my captures then.
That's
Yeah,
when you
it-
use the new site-to-site transporter, and you're like, "Yeah, come through my main door." It transports him into a
and-
turret room, and you run.
And
So,
speaking
so
from
let me get this
experience,
straight, Leah. So
and
what
speaking,
what
wait, wait,
you're
wait, 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 wait. And speaking from experience, when you're on another ship and you're trying to keep track of where they are so your hunters can keep up to where the prey is, you have to slash GPS constantly trying to keep a lock on where you are. If they're jumping, that's one thing. Warp is another thing entirely. They can go silent and just move in standard space at 100 meters per second.
Let's come up with a bunch of hypotheticals later. We'll come up with a list.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
I
come up
wanted
with
to
a list.
reassure
We'll
people
discuss
this isn't the
pros and
easy
cons
thing.
on both sides, right? I want it to be useful for the average person who's usually the victim, and I want it to be meaningful for the aggressor as well. So let's
I
brainstorm some hypotheticals, keeping in mind we want it as easy and seamless and less admin intensive as possible.
yeah.
Right.
All right. So that is the grid analyzer. Next up is
Is there a log of the analyzer?
Yes. We can tell when you run the command in chat.
yeah.
But can I pull it back up?
Just run the
No.
command again.
Yeah, you gotta run it
guess,
again. There's no log
screenshot
for
it.
you. Yeah. Probably just screenshot it.
Okay.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about impulse.
Ooh.
So impulse is impulse, the bane of my existence. Impulse will be released with the launch. Whether or not all tiers are released with launch, I don't know yet, because the tiering is going to be an element of difficulty. But there will be impulse for launch. Now, the way impulse is working is
The crazy new math involved too.
Explain?
You'll see.
That's where we got you. It doesn't work. Haha.
yeah.
I thought we had a demo of it, a video.
I had that Voyager video of it working, right? It's slowly coming out of the water and stuff. So these are the impulse blocks, right? So it's a whole kind of new system, a new way of propulsion. You have your EPS power conduits, which come in 2 different flavors. You have your RCS thrusters. These are not the final models. I just haven't added them to this world, but you'll have RCS thrusters. These are just basic things I threw together to make it work. You're gonna have a few different models of individual ones. So if we go, it's this. So this is just one look and feel. You got your honeycombs, you have your impulse drives. you would put these on the wings of your ship or whatnot. This is just one look. Then you got a different modular one you can choose from, which is this guy. No, that's the wrong one. 6, 5, 7. No. Oh, it's upside down.
It's cool looking. Does it have thrust burn?
Yeah. Not like a thruster, but it glows a little bit, and so it has an effect of. I'm trying to get an effect like a kind of heat dispersion, like heat coming out of something cold, kind of vapors, like so. It's just like that. But anyways, this is what your impulse would look like modular as you increase it in size, and then you can stack them obviously, so you could continue to add them. I'll add more models down the road so you can make like a much thicker version.
Do you only
right?
need one direction?
Yes.
Cool.
So impulse works. Think of an impulse like a fighter jet. It propels you forward only. When it propels you forward, you then have your RCS thrusters, which are like these guys. These guys are going to be all around your ship. So they would be, you would just put them around in different areas. Left, right, top,
What's
bottom.
the burn area on these like?
Very
Is there
minimal. This is like one block
one
for
block?
RCS. Yeah, they're not much because they're not really burning per se. The RCS are mainly there to add dampening because
It's
the
like
way you are,
stabilization.
yeah, it's stabilizationing, right? It's basically like inertial dampeners on each side. For you to move forward, you're propelling forward with your impulse, which you can go like 0 to max speed like incredibly fast. When
Hell
you
yeah.
when you let go of your thrust, you stop incredibly fast. So there's no like I'm doing 500 kilometers a second, then I stop accelerating, and it takes me 4 days to stop or slow down. You stop very quickly, and then each tier will be even faster. So acceleration will go up, and stopping power goes up with each tier of impulse. Now, the higher tier you have will work better with larger ships because they'll be able to compensate with the weight of your ship. With a proper impulse setup, you can land like an entire galaxy class starship on a planet with like no risk. Like you can land it like a feather, like a lily pad touching a pond.
Keep
Because
in mind that the way that the current space engineers thrusters work is that you can kind of thrust in a 360, like 5 dimensions. The way this works is that the ships behave in a more Star Trek-like fashion. So, like, you know how Klingon warbirds are always moving forward like a fighter? Exactly like that.
yes, it's exactly like it's that fighter. So there's no real strafing. Like I wouldn't take my ship and strafe left and strafe right. If I'm
Yeah,
pointed in this
anything other than
direction,
space engineers flying.
yeah. If I wanted to go and say I'm facing this direction right now, and I wanted to go to that mining ship down there, I would literally just move the gyros, go point myself to that ship, hit forward, and I go in that direction. And then I would go there really quickly. And then when I let go, I don't take 4 years to stop. I stop very quickly, depending on what tier of thruster I have, and I stop and then whatnot. So it will give you it's going to be a very different, faster paced gameplay, and a very different way to play this game because
But
right
positioning
now
your ship
everyone
for
is,
fighting is going to be a lot harder, but a lot more rewarding when you figure it out.
yes. And I'm just gonna put a disclaimer out there right now. Once people start building these impulse and they start, you know, fighting with them a lot more, and we see what actually happens in a lot more scenarios, there will be tweaks. So this is definitely not the final balance of these things, because the biggest concern we have is like tracking. All right, if I can go 0 to 500 in 3 seconds, what if I have a torpedo come my way and I get out of the way? Well, you know what I mean? So
What's wrong with that?
because well, there's a balance. There's nothing wrong with you able to dodge a torpedo.
What's the
The
cooldown on
balance
the jump?
is what's
Not a
that?
jump. It's a
Oh, it's not a
continual
jump.
push.
Yeah, you're using
Oh
the
yeah, if
direction
you're able
keys.
to just tap W and dodge
Yes,
shit, yeah.
that's it. You tap W, right? Yeah.
This ain't Star Trek Online, lads.
So that's the point. It's a whole different way to fly now using this. So it
And
will
it's
take
not
some
free
balancing
either.
techniques.
There are
Yeah,
systems in place that limit how much you can use it.
right. So we're gonna get
There's a
there.
new power source involved.
Yeah. So in order to use impulse, you need to have a kind of a whole new ecosystem, which is your plasma generators. So you have your plasma generator, and this guy is going to take plasma and it's going to turn it into drive plasma, like supercharged plasma. That's called electroplasma. Once plasma gets changed into electroplasma, then that electroplasma is what charges these EPS power conduits.
And just to be clear, it's not like dilithium where you have to like feed it and then craft it into something. It's just something that happens passively over time.
Well, no, there's one more piece to that. So the once that this changes plasma, which is like a physical thing, into electroplasma, which then charges these power conduits. The power conduits are what's storing your gas, you can think of it as, to actually feed then into your impulse drive here. And then that will basically is your fuel, right? That'll propel you forward. Now, the as you move forward, the like every time you are basically accelerating, it's going to be using large quantities of this electroplasma, right? So you want to basically store as much as you can if you're going to be using impulse a lot. There's only at this point only one way to get plasma. I may introduce another way, but right now there's just one. Now to get plasma, you have to create it using your warp core. So your warp reactors. Warp reactors is what you use to power your ship, right? You got your warp reactors for anyone not following along, like these guys. That power, that's creating all the power for your ship. When you turn on your like a plasma generation block, it will take a large quantity of power and it will then it will change that power into plasma. So it trades regular conventional warp plasma basically into this new plasma, which then you supercharge into this drive plasma, which will then power your engines. So basically, you don't want, and because it's so expensive, you don't want to be creating your own plasma while you're fighting, right? You want to have a certain amount of plasma stored in these conduits. Because if you're creating plasma, you're drawing from your limited power source, which powers your weapons and your shields and everything, right? So unless you want to be gimped in that sense, you're only generating plasma when you're not doing anything else. You know, on your downtime, you can think of it as.
So plasma, the plasma would generate it from your onboard power source materials, right? Uranium or dilithium. It's not going to be another material. It's just going to require power.
Think of it like a mixture between the benefits of ion and hydrogen. It's the best of both worlds, but the trade-offs of both worlds. Like hydrogen, you have a limited amount of fuel, but
Right.
in ion you have a limited amount of power. This combines both aspects and gives you the benefits of both as long as you can manage when to do which.
Right.
You know
No,
what I mean?
I get all that. I'm just clarifying that there's no physical input to generate plasma. It's just
No.
power, which whatever way you generate power
Yes.
you do, that's going to
Anyway,
be your
so
plasma.
you can make a giant solar farm if and power makes so like you can have what I envision is people have like stations that are just power stations that are just constantly changing warp plasma into this new plasma, and then you can ship that then you can move that. That's a resource. Like the plasma it makes is an item that you can transport, and then that item you transport goes into here, and this converts it into drive plasma, which then is no longer a physical thing. It stores it power into here. So you again, this is another way to again trade, make money. You could start a farm of a plasma farm, and then you could sell their plasma to people, and then they can buy the plasma and change it into electroplasma using this device, and then they can power their impulse drives. So people now the trade-off is if anybody has played played STC, you know that operating these at maximum capacity is expensive, deuterium wise, right? So you're essentially are going to need a lot of deuterium to operate the the creation of plasma. So that's the expensive part, and
Keep
then
in mind, you could still use regular propulsion. It just won't be nearly as strong.
right, there's obviously going to be a benefit. This is endgame kind of stuff. That's why initially the tiering I wasn't too concerned with because I wanted this to be endgame, and then once we balance that better, then come out with some lower echelon tiers for people that want it sooner. So that was my way of thinking.
And I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but does anybody notice the text on the Elite Warp Core reactor next to his fingers? What that says?
8
Where?
gigawatts? Is that
No.
what that says?
Look
It's
at
very
the
tall.
bottom. What does that say next to the PCU count?
Oh yeah, the functional underwater shit. We saw the water mod already. That's like we saw that in the Voyager video a few
Yeah.
months ago.
Not everybody saw the video.
Yeah. So that's how that works. These models, these are very basic and ugly. They're going away. I just made them just to get concepts working.
I think they look great. If they can like recolor the color of the thruster, it'd be awesome.
Arcolis has made much nicer ones, which are in much more different shapes. We got corner pieces and all kinds of different RCS thrusters.
Oh,
So you can
please
make
have
your.
like a fucking angled slope piece. Please, I want my ship to look pretty.
I think he does. That's what we wanted. Because these guys got to go around your ship, right? So
Yeah.
we want it to look pretty, and we didn't want to look like you have all these like giant thrusters around your ship. We want a
Giant
Star Trek
squares
looking ship,
everywhere.
right? So that's the whole point of this. Like with a full end game setup, you can make your 100% closest possible Space Engineers Star Trek ship with the functionality of flying a spaceship in Star Trek is the point. So that's that.
Is
the Nimbus.
Is the script for the armor thing broken, or what happened with that?
Oh, yeah, I can. Let me exit. It's not in the server. It's in a single player world. So actually, I'll put it in the chat channel. So if anyone has seen Star Trek Voyager, I'm putting in the chat a picture of what I am trying to do, which is going to be super cool. Voyager.
And just to be clear, I have seen a working model of it, but I think the recent update broke it. So I'm not sure. But I did see it work at one point. It is really cool.
All right, so I'm uploading the little GIF. So if you ever seen Star Trek Voyager, you've seen this clip, and you're like, "Damn, that's cool," and this is what I want, and to make as close as possible, considering we're playing Space Engineers.
Ablative hull armor, baby.
Yes, a blade of armor.
That's exactly
Um,
what it is.
So in Star Trek Voyager, when they kind of went to the future, at one point they had this new ablative armor, which essentially covers the hull in this like plate-looking armor. And then once that happened, it had like incredible structural integrity, right? And that's kind of like the shield of the future type thing. So I actually want to build that into our game. And I got very early concept, but I'll show you to kind of create some hype. Is the very early building blocks of this blade
Don't
of
we still
armor.
have the model available for the thing that turns it? I think the model still works, yeah? Even if the function doesn't work?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to show. I'm going to show the changing.
Oh, yeah. This is cool.
All right. So can you guys see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
You might want to
So-
put some battery powered lights around your ship so they can see the difference. It is kind of dark.
Oh, they'll see it. Oh, they'll see the bottom. I'll do the bottom view. Let me zoom out a bit. All right. So when you turn on your blades of armor, essentially, this happens. So from front to back of your ship gets completely reskinned. And this is again is early concept. So if you, this is a new skin that's actually not in Space Engineers, it's completely made custom. So your ship would be completely reskinned to this new skin, which would identify that your ablative armor is online. I'll be adding some flashy effects too, so that it kind of glows, which with each row as it kind of turns on, so it kind of looks like the GIF I sent you. When you activate this, it takes X amount of power. So now you're again diverting power from things like weapons to seriously increase the structural integrity of your ship. But now you can take more of a pounding on your ship.
Right. Like maybe
you-
you're fighting and your shields go down and you don't have time for the recharge, so you focus on your armor instead of your shields.
Right. Or say your shield block gets exploded, and then you're like, you know what, just switch completely to this. Or maybe you want to be min max, and maybe you're like, hey, shields are down, turn this on. Blade of armor on, shields are back up, turn off my blade of armor, and you can manage it that way.
I guarantee
So again,
some people are gonna be like ramming speed and turn this bitch on.
yeah, could be used for ramming. Your structural integrity is up, right? But again, it has a power requirement. So, anyways, your structural integrity would be severely increased while this is on, while drawing more power from your warp core, which then takes away power from other areas, right? So again, it's part of strategy in a gameplay. You have to determine, when do I want to use this, when do I not want to use this. Yes, there is a cooldown, so you can't just keep turning it on and off. And then when you turn it off, it remembers because it's completely reskinned now, right? Like if I go in my ship, everything looks like this armor because it reskins your entire ship. But when I turn it off, it will basically revert everything back to the way you had it. It remembers all the settings for every block in your ship, and then it reskins and puts it all back the same way from back to front, the same way it changed it to the new skin.
So while
So
bladed armor is active, is there a drawback?
yeah, it's power.
Power consumption.
Yeah.
How
So
much more power?
that depends. That's going to be percentage based. So when you activate it, you can say, I want to divert 80% of my power available to structural integrity, or I want to divert 10%, right? It'll be
Oh,
a
shit.
slider of some sort so that you can choose
So
the amount of power you want to put towards this, like 5 gigawatts or whatever.
So if you just had a massive amount of power, say in your previous example of a power station type thing, would your bladed armor just be absolutely ridiculous?
Well, I would
Well,
say you get what
there
you
is
pay for.
there is a maximum, right? So remember, in Star Trek Continuum, on our servers, everything is balanced on power. That's why power is so limited to how much gigawatts of power you can get, and all weapons, shields, everything is balanced based on that power. So the maximum amount of power, I don't know, Demo, you maybe remember, is like you max out your reactors, small reactors, your nuclear ones, you max out your warp 1 reactors, you max out your elite reactors, and you get, what is it, like 20 gigawatts of tops or something like that,
You
and
get like
batteries.
maybe an extra phaser or something like that.
Yeah, so there is a ceiling to how much power, so you can't put in 500 gigawatts and make your basically your grid invincible. It's not going to work that way.
If those are still in game, I'd recommend like doing something, or like, are they still going to be a huge uranium sink? Because if new players hop in, they automatically use those.
I wanted to change them to something different, something more Star Trek-esque.
Okay.
And then because, oh wait, no, I lied. Or no, I'll think about it. We can remove them. I don't really care to have them in there because they're
I would
not
probably
really
just
part of the
remove
game.
them because
Yeah,
new players using them and losing all their uranium
yeah.
sucks. Yeah.
Oh, so another cool thing I forgot to say, actually forgot about this, is so new players all start with a warp drive, right, in your ship. It's a scrappable warp drive, so basically if you scrap it, you'll get nothing for it. But it allows you, right when you start the game, to use warp, which is always a fun thing.
Hell
And you
yeah.
can go maximum speed, warp 1, and there is a new reactor block that you also get. It's a scrappable reactor block so that you can power your warp 1 engine, and it uses a new material that's, oh shit, what did I call it?
Unobtainium?
No, it's like it's like waste.
Dicynite or
It's
whatever.
like, no, it's a fuel source. It's like uranium, but it's a fuel source that's really just used for your starter ship. It's just to power
Trilithium?
that scrap.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like a
like decaying
deconstruct.
antimatter.
That's it. That's it. It's like
It's called
decaying
trilithium. It was a
antimatter.
waste product. Trilithium.
Well, trilithium's still used.
How
It's like
power your ship with
it's like a
trilithium?
because it's a scrap drive. It's basically like a decaying version of antimatter, dilithium, or decaying dilithium, or something we could use it as call it. So basically, you get a certain amount of that in your starter ship, so you can start doing stuff and use warp because it uses power, right? But you can run out and you can't mine it, and there's no way to get it. And you also can get more for new players, which is part of voting. So every time you vote, part of your voting package is going to be more fuel for your starter ship. So if you want to continue to use that free warp drive that we gave you, you need to vote, and then you're going to get X amount of ingots, which then you can fuel your ship. So you're going to want to utilize that when starting out. And that's all I had for today. So obviously there's a lot more, and there's more that you're going to find out as we go, but that is the main biggest changes and updates that are happening. A lot of things will be tweaked as we go, but yeah, it's a lot of work, and definitely switches up the gameplay with the new propulsion system, the new armor system that's going to come. the trade sections, the safe zones. Like it's very, it will feel similar in the, it'll seem familiar if you played previous versions, but if you played previous versions of STC, it'll still feel completely new. Is what I was trying to go for.
So Leia brought up a question in that chat earlier about the cloaks. Have we done anything to make them useful?
The last I heard, they were useful. People were cloaking for upwards of like an hour or something like that, because we increased the timers, the heat sink a lot more, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, that must have been before I stepped away.
Yeah. So yeah, that's been changed already in 2.0, and that'll continue to move forward in the future iterations.
Okay, because yeah, cloaks could be a big part of the piracy issue with the surrendering mechanics.
Well, keep in mind, if you're cloaked, your shield is down. So.
Well, my point is if there's multiple people of the pirate faction in system, or vice versa, you don't know. You know, there's a little bit of bluffing going on there too.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's part of the threat of the whole surrender thing, right? So it's risk and reward, and that's the balance that we need to talk about to whoever wants to give feedback in a discussion, is how do we make it lucrative but challenging
Where
for a
can we
pirate?
have that conversation? Because that's something that my group would be very interested in talking about.
Let's make a channel. Make a channel strictly
Maybe
for
we can
that.
just talk about it right now, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm down to have a
Yeah.
conversation now if anybody wants to, kind of end this and start that.
Okay, well, let me open up the field now that everything is spoken
Oh,
about.
yeah,
Does
I'm
anybody have
sorry,
any
yeah.
questions about what we discussed other than this surrender rule
Actually,
situation?
I wrote down some stuff. So,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I've got one question about hunting versus mining. Currently in 2.0, unless something's changed over the past couple of months, the last time that Starfleet did a study on this specifically, hunting turned out to be 14 times more effective, like more materials per hour of work, than mining if you're fully fleshed out, with all of your elite stuff in mining. What that ended up doing to us is that's great for those that like going off and hunting NPCs, but it made mining almost like made mining pointless by comparison and penalized people that liked to go mine. If in 3.0 you're trying to have incentivize people to be sort of forced to go into hostile areas to get the resources, mine the resources they need, does that mean that in 3.0 hunting will be more on par with mining, like more equalized out to where if you're going out mining, you can expect to make, roughly the same amount per hour of time compared to hunting?
I personally don't think that there should always be an equilibrium between mining and hunting ships, because with mining you can have like maybe your mistake once or twice where you accidentally hit your own
And
drill
drop.
and you lose it. But with hunting NPCs, there is a risk that you get overwhelmed, and there is a very high risk of losing everything. So with that risk
Well,
comes a reward.
with that study that we did, not a single hunting ship was lost. Once it's learned how to be done, it's pretty reliable and pretty
Yeah, in the
predictable.
current iteration that you see in 2.0, that may be the case. We have identified the reason why that is, and we are fixing it. And I believe Rock King and myself have already identified the reasons why NPCs are easily taken down, and I believe we fixed it because we're working on the models. But they won't be as easy as they used to be. Like, they will be a group event, so they will be, if I'm not mistaken, harder. But at the same time more balanced.
So that brings up a whole nother issue. So if I happen to have a few hours by myself and my faction's not online, I can't go and hunt NPCs reliably.
You can. Remember, you
said
have
you
that
just said you wanted
SOS
to.
that you can use against NPCs.
Okay, so I can do one per 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
No.
But see,
So
here's
so no. So essentially what's happening is the same models are being used for NPCs because we don't have the bandwidth to make a completely new fleet of NPC ships. What we're doing is everyone knows who's hunted NPC ships that a lot of the ease was based on, all right, I know the shield block. There's only one, and it's on like the end of this ship. So I'm just gonna shoot that shield block. It's down. Its shields are down. I'm gonna throw a nano, and I'm gonna go get a ship, and I get an elite ship in 10 minutes because I can just drop the shields, nano it, and call it a day. That is what we're addressing, is that now there's redundant shielding and they're placed in more strategic areas so that if you do take out a shield module, they will have backup shields, and it would still have, it'll be add another layer of difficulty to mine that ship. uh, can you still put nanoviruses on if you can get in there, drop the shields before they go back up, throw a nano on, and do it that way? Yeah, you can, but is it a little more challenging? Yeah, because the shields are going to come back up, right? So there's going to be additional things that we add to make it a little harder to mine, to kill the ships, but it's not going to be astronomically harder, and the amount of tech you get from a ship is going to be reduced. So it'll be a little harder to take down the ship because of things like redundant shielding, but it'll also be less lucrative per ship. So that is what's going to bring it down to be more in line with mining, but to the point of fate, it would never be equal because there's the risk to reward is very different. But uh, is there a clear gap between the two right now? Absolutely, there is. So we're going to bring that gap closer together, so it's less of a gap. But mining would never be equal to fighting a ship where you have the potential to lose what you've fought, type thing.
And with that being said, we're also taking into account the actual models themselves, because even though we do have NPCs, I'm sure some of you may have noticed that maybe a Defiant is worth a lot more than a Borg cube, even though they're both tier 6. So we're balancing it a little bit so they have about the same amount of tech in them, so there's not one drastically more efficient than the other.
Are we keeping all the tech in the weapons? Because
How we balance them is going to be something that happens at launch, but
Well,
I do know we are editing them.
the tech is not only in the weapons. There is tech in the weapons, but there's usually battery loadouts. Battery loadouts have lots of tech in them. There's warp cores. They have lots of tech in them. Uh, yes, there are weapons. There's a lot of different blocks other than just phasers and torpedoes that have stuff. But the phasers and torpedoes is what we're going, not maybe not torpedoes, but weapons in general is what is going to be swapped out more with what we did kind of in a previous iteration of 2.0, where we started swapping elite phasers with NPC elite phasers, which don't have tech, or well, had tech that ground down to nothing. So that is going to help bring down the cost of those things, weapons wise. And again, another reason why we're choosing weapons versus another block is because when you fight a ship, you most likely are going to damage or destroy some of their weapons. So uh, if you if if we did it elsewhere, then um, you end up with less tech. So this way, it's just balanced better.
that's kind of what I wanted to hear, Sarg, is that you're taking some of the tech away from the weapons so that you could actually target weapons. Because when I was hunting before I stepped away, the meta was just huge armor blocks, just big freaking armor blocks that you could just take a pounding and then you just keep suiting over and putting nanos on it.
Yes. So it is coming from the weapons. The reduction in tech is going to be coming primarily from the weapons to make them less lucrative, and then the difficulty will be going up, but again, not dramatically, but it will be going up, so that people can't, quote unquote, can't, uh,
Kill in a fight in under 30 seconds. I'm sorry.
exactly, like mine an elite ship in 30 seconds because they're just taking down a shield in 2 and then they're dropping, like, because obviously the meta, everyone knows what it is. You double shot your deflector, drop the shields, throw a couple nanos on there, use your your PMCs to repair it, and then wait for 5 minutes, and now you have a mint ship. So we need to add a layer of difficulty to that routine that everyone has figured out. So that's what we're working towards. And again, if that change we do is not good enough, we will do further changes, right? It's an iterative process.
Maybe we put a firewall on each of the ships, make it harder to hack.
Mm. Yeah. So, anybody else have any other items that they want to
Yeah.
talk about?
So, some clarification.
Yep.
You said every planet will have a unique ore type,
Uh,
or is that
generally unique. So, like, the systems follow a similar structure where, like, Earth has up to, I think, silver, right? And basically, an Earth mining operation will get you enough to build like a hydrogen system to get off the planet, and get to, I think, yeah, and get to like the moon, where the moon will have maybe gold and uranium, which then now means you can build a basic reactor, and then you have a warp 1 engine maybe, so that you can go down to the Mars. And Mars, you'll have maybe a couple more pieces, maybe you have platinum there or something, and then that will allow you to make some ions. And then there's also the asteroid belt, which will have different things on there as well, but not everything. Some things are still found on planets, and that is your home system. And then you go to a subsystem, so you pick one of the 3 subsystems, go to that subsystem, and then you can go to the asteroid belt in that subsystem, or one of the planets, to get the other stuff that you need. And then ultimately you would go to your the maelstrom, which is the hot PvP area, which is more lucrative, higher, more damaging NPCs and stuff like that.
so? My point of that question is more you were saying that it's worth protecting planets, right? So like they're points of interest.
So
certain
part
planets,
of the
yes.
reason why we don't have all the resources located on every planet is because, well, if you were at war with one faction and you wanted to say blockade a planet, well, it doesn't matter because everything they need is right there. Now it's very, very meaningful. Say for instance, you're in a war with a faction and you decide to blockade like their moon, which is like their only source of this resource, and they need that to fight. You know what I mean? You could force them into a treaty if you wanted to, if you did that, versus them just going elsewhere to go find it because they can't technically get there, if that makes sense. Like,
Okay.
you can stranglehold a group of people by
Okay,
taking control of certain things.
but it's not necessarily Earth has gold and it's the only planet that has
No.
gold, period.
Every sector has their own progression stepping stones.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Which
So
follows
those
suit.
are all
Which
the same.
follows
They're
suit.
just scattered throughout differently.
Every
But
home
if-
sector has 2 planets and 2 moons, and those 2 planets and 2 moons are the same starting trend that you would do if you picked any race or any alliance.
Okay. So you just want to make sure that we incorporate mining on planets, moons, and asteroids.
Right. We want you
Right.
guys not only to be going around everywhere, but to forcefully interact you guys with other people. Say for instance, like say
Right.
say the Ferengi wanted to capitalize on gold, and they wanted to be the only people that had access to gold. So they went to Earth's moon, or wherever gold was found, and they completely monopolized it. Well, now Earth now has to, trade with the Ferengi if they wanted gold. Otherwise, they'd have to fight them. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You can't just go elsewhere for gold.
There's only I can't really remember off the top of my head. I think only one or two resources that are available only on planets, which would give reasons to build up some sort of patrol defense force of some sort to blockade that planet, or make treaties with people who own that planet so that you can get that resource. And that resource directly ties into endgame.
Okay. That answers that question for me. That was a point
Is
considered.
that Easter egg planet still in there, Sarg? The one that's not listed?
Pretty
You know
sure
the one
it
I'm
is.
talking about, right? The one,
I think.
the one where you like the hidden thing. I'm trying to be as vague as possible.
Yeah, there's a few hidden things. So there are Easter eggs for people to find in this iteration as well, which
that
are
do
definitely
offer
not.
value. Like you get stuff from finding them.
Yeah,
If
so
I'm not mistaken.
yeah, but there's just exploration. You stumble upon it, you're lucky, but there's not any advertisement of those areas. It's just you got to explore it, find it. But if you do, it's gonna help you a lot.
Like say for instance, you're just patrolling this random area, and all of a sudden you find this really, really, really rare, valuable resource that's normally extremely hard to get, but you have an abundance of it in this one spot that nobody knows about. Like that type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that is Sob still going to be similar to what it was as far as siege mechanics?
I believe we changed it, but I'll let Sark
So
describe it. He knows it best.
siege mechanics are still up in the air right now. I preferably am changing all of the siege mechanics to a new system that Crunch designed. I need to look more into what it can and cannot do and the differences to determine if we're going to switch completely to Crunch's design or are we going to use both.
So, can you lightly touch over Crunch's idea, because I despise the siege mechanics.
Oh, it's definitely different.
Yeah, it's so one of the ways. So again, this is all subject to change. So, for example, the mechanics that I'm envisioning right now and planning is for the subsectors. So, like the Koroma and the Nimbus and stuff like that. Um, those mechanics are there's like say 4 capture points where you would have to bring your fleet to each capture point, and then when you go to the capture point to capture it, it spawns a kind of like a NPC station and some
Like
ships.
a fortress thing.
Yeah, and then you have to battle that, destroy it, and then once there is no enemies in that area, and you idle there for say, I don't know, 5 minutes or something after the battle, you then claim ownership of that section. You own all 4 sections, you get ownership of the territory, and then you own the territory. And then that's how that siege would take place. So it's kind of like 4 mini sieges. When when you siege one of the, then now that say you own it and someone else comes to attack it and they bring their fleet to that first or one of the 4 territory capture points, then what will happen is it'll notify the alliance that their territory is being sieged, and then that will give you guys time to kind of mount your force and get and defend it. If but remember, you need 4 points to get the win. So even if you lose that first point because you couldn't assemble your guys fast enough, you can always get back that point, or you can get them at the next point type thing. So It's a
So if the aggressor takes point 1 but fails 2, 3, and 4, will point 1 revert back to the defenders automatically, or do the defenders need to go and attack point 1 again?
at this point, I believe you got to go back to point 1 and battle, do your little mini battle to siege that point back. So
So
basically, you got like 4 fail safes before you lose your territory, which can be done in one night because you
Good.
just have to destroy the opposing force, right? And then move to the
That's
next
good.
one. Or it gives you also multiple points to defend because maybe you couldn't get your guys online or assembled until point 4. You successfully destroy them at point 4. Then you can go back to your other points, do your little mini NPC battles, kill their little stations that spawn and stuff, and then continue. The point of the mini stations is not to defend for you. The point of the mini stations that spawn is so that like you can't go with one ship and just take over everything, and you need a teamwork effort. And it also buys you time because rather than just going to the point and waiting for 5 minutes and be like, I own it, let's go to the next one, no one's there to defend it, it causes conflict, and that conflict you have to completely like wipe out those NPCs before you can successfully take it over. So it just buys you more time to get your guys in order to go.
Okay,
That's cool. You set up like
I
a
like the
conquest system.
sound. I like the sound of that system much more than Sov. I
Yeah.
despise Sov.
And none
Well,
of it is based off Latinum either, so you could do this how many times you wanted.
yeah,
Is there a
the taking
cooldown?
taking over sub territories is there's no latinum, there's no maintenance cost. There you just own it and you got to battle it. But
I
in
believe the
order,
radar's still there though, right?
yeah, I believe it's still there in Crunch's version. But to that being said, if you are going to own a Dyson sphere, you are definitely going to either want to own a sub territory or a or be friends with an alliance like treaty to mine at that, because those sub territories include a place to mine the Dysonite, which is very limited, which you need to power and upkeep your Dyson spheres to get those perks.
Okay.
I actually do have one legitimate question that I thought about, but it depends on how we configure the safe zones on planets. Like each alliance has like their own home planet that has the safe zone around it. Obviously, an enemy, actor cannot touch the ground because it's guarded by a shield, right? But what happens when a friendly falls to the planet? Do they take no damage, or do they lawn dart? What happens?
I don't know. I have to check how. I don't recall what safe zone mechanics work, but I
I'm
think
aware
no
that we can alter
damage.
it to
I think no
where,
damage takes
yeah,
place currently in the safe zone, so collision damage being included in that. Whether or not you collide with I think, I don't know if it's limited to like collision of a grid, or if you smash into a planet in a safe zone, do you still take no damage? Because
right,
then you can cheese that crash landings to get
right. Like
down
you
to a
wouldn't have to
planet.
pilot; you just lawn dart your ship. That's what
Yeah,
I was asking.
yeah. We'll have to test and see how that works with
Yeah,
people.
that was the only legitimate concern I had about it. Because like if
Mhm.
you were in a fight and you knew for a fact that that safe zone was like you're out, you would steam through it no matter what, going at
Yeah,
max speed, and you wouldn't have to worry about damage.
yeah. But it's like, even remember, like a lot of this stuff is to give more realism to the STC universe, right? To make it more in lines of what Star Trek offers, because that's what we're trying to emulate. And also, it gives different elements for RP and PVE, because, like I said, you have new drills coming. You have a safe zone on a planet. So, if you're the Klingon Empire and you want to build your decked out Kronos, you know, uh, chancellor room and all that kind of stuff, you can do that, right? You want to hold your trade meetings, you can be like, okay, trade meetings on our planet, they can come into your planet, you guys can all meet at some sort of like location there, you know, like there's so many things you can do, and people love building on planets, but no one ever does because they're, you know, they get destroyed. So this way it adds a little element of fun to that. And there's no crazy ore on the home planets that's gonna, you know, break anything really.
I just wouldn't recommend building underground because your stuff will still get buried, from what I understand.
Yeah, that won't change. That's space engineers. Don't build underground or you're gonna lose it.
Have you had any luck integrating that like website
Which
into
website?
the server so we could do like special designations?
Oh, for like the reputation stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went through that. Well, it's on the docket to make. It's probably not going to be ready for live, but definitely the website's something that's going to be continuously worked on and enhanced so that you have more and more interactive things to do there. The player reputation system I really want to push out there, especially the PvE missions for like daily quests and stuff to unlock special things that you can only get by doing that content. I want this way it builds content for that's not centered, because the biggest thing, like any space engineers and server that I know of or have played on, like they rely heavily on end game being PvP. Go through the PvP end game loop and keep doing it, right?
Yeah,
I
you gotta
want
use
it.
your stuff.
Yeah, like I rather add an element. I still want that because it's fun, but I want another element to it where people can do PvE stuff to get stuff, right? So yeah.
Another thought, torpedoes. Instead of doing like worthless torpedoes, okay torpedoes, and good torpedoes, maybe change up their strengths and weaknesses. For example, make photons like the well-rounders, like they're fast and they're strong. Quantums, maybe make them a little bit slower, but make them hit really hard. And then the spatial, whatever they're called, torpedoes, those are supposed to be like weak against shields, right? So like make those really strong against grid, but worthless against shields. That way we have like torpedo types and they're all used rather than, you know, like if somebody shoots anything other than a quantum or a transphasic torpedo, it's, you know, you're just gonna kill them.
Well, you
That would
you
be
can't
cool
change
to have diversity like that in a grid build.
you can't let the player just change the yield of the torpedo, can you?
We can technically.
Yeah.
It's in the settings file. It's very easy to change.
Easy to change, not as easy to balance.
Yeah.
That's why it took so long to balance weapons. But I totally agree with you. You know, the meta being like
because nobody's bringing photons
everyone,
to a fight.
right? Everyone starts off like phase cannons are a necessary evil. That's your first iteration. Everyone builds them, and then once they progress past that, they never touch them again. That's fine. The tier 2 phaser, tier 2 weapons and tier 3 weapons are definitely interchanged and used often because sometimes depending on the ship you're flying, so those are still used. But the photons, you are right, there's no one builds no one builds uh anything but quantums and transphasics,
You would just
right?
break them down and put them into your quantum production.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the spatial torpedoes, those are really, really cool animations, but nobody uses them.
Yeah.
There's no point. So
Yeah, make a note here.
changing up the
Spatials,
torpedoes so that they all have a strength and a weakness would be really cool.
The good news is that some of the torpedo launchers are cross backwards compatible to begin with, so it is possible to do this without even changing the tier of torpedo launcher that you have, provided that you had quantum. You know what I mean?
Well, difference is spatials. Spatials use their own. You can't put spatials in a quantum or in a quantum torpedo thing.
Another thing.
But yeah, I'm gonna look more into that demo because especially because the combat mechanics are very much so going to change when impulse is there. So technically, if people are dodging a lot, if you're against a very fast ship, you may not want quantums because they're more likely going to miss because they're going to dodge them. Versus, I want photons because they're faster. So I rather take the less damage, but I'm going to connect versus the quantum. So then you'll be using different damage types
Yeah,
for
it
like different.
gets more interesting.
Yeah.
And on the subject of fast ships, I know you haven't wanted to do this in the past, and it's probably really confusing and hard to balance. But ship classes would be interesting because the problem
Yes.
is you can have a tiny speed meta ship, but you can deck it out with the equivalent weapons of a dreadnought. Meanwhile, the dreadnought's over there with only a handful of weapons on this massive hulker.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's something like 3.5 I was gonna do. It's way too much work to have that done for
Well,
anything of
okay,
launch.
there's already
There's an
a
exact
mod.
system on
Yeah,
STC.
Blues
It's on
Hailsfire.
that mod. I know
I
I've been
know.
Dakota
playing
has
with
that
it.
mod
It's good.
where they tied into the way the warp core was is how big your ship could be and what weapons were put on.
And it's pretty good lore wise because computer cores are like the central thing in a Star Trek ship, and that's your computers to handle all of your weaponry and everything. So it doesn't make sense that a Corvette can field as much weapons as a dreadnought.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves with
And
almost
you'll
every
never catch
server I
them.
played on.
They can
Is
do equal damage to you, but you'll never catch them.
yeah, it's always the meta because why would you have a big ship or why would you take time to make this cool ship with multiple decks and whatever when
Yeah.
all you need is a power source and a weapon.
And like it's impressive engineering, but fighting speed meta is not very fun on either side.
No, it's terrible.
It just capped the speed.
Well, that doesn't change anything
Yeah.
because you're still tiny. So your
Yeah.
tracking and your signature is still tiny.
So I'll look in to see what's out there because I haven't looked recently, and I know the Rings something Rings Shinobi server. He has made he's worked with I think Blue Haze and
Blue
they've built
Hailsfire.
Blue Hailsfire and Blue Haze. That's something else. he and they developed a ship class mod, so I can look into that. And I probably at this point, honest, I don't have time to make more and more weapons. So it'll probably, if I do put something out like that, it'll be based on the amount of weapons. So like,
or what if it was
6
tied?
phasers for a mid-class ship, to what 13 for a capital class or something like that.
Could you somehow just tie like a weapon allotment to like ship mass or something like that? Maybe.
Oh, because then people would cheese it with certain blocks weighing more than others.
Right.
Yeah.
But as long as
Yeah.
they weigh a certain amount, it's gonna slow them down, right?
Yeah, that would be the working theory. So
Well,
like,
the ship class is, I think they base it on like armor blocks or I think it was based on armor blocks. That after a certain amount of armor blocks, you're now in the capital ship class, and then you would then be allowed for X amount of weapons at that point. I have to double check how he delineated that to control it. Because I know some people mentioned, oh, just make a beacon called capital class beacon, and then that controls it. I'm like, what's to stop you from putting a capital class beacon on a shuttle pod, and then putting all the weapons on it? So I have to see how he.
You would make
did
the
that.
beacon itself large and heavy. The computer core would have to be housed in a large ship.
That's true. You could just make it obscenely large. But,
Even with just Blue's ship class mod, I've been playing a lot with that over the past few weeks, trying to balance things and see what could work just personally. And there's enough options in there. You can limit like number of specific types of weapons that are allowed on that ship block. You can alter the PCU that's allowed on a certain ship type. You can boost, like if you wanted to do like a speedy little Corvette, you can have thrust bonuses, for Corvettes. You can do one of the things that I like to balance it is if you're building like some big battleship or something, you can automatically force the beacon to transmit at max beacon range, so it's just super easy to find. So that's kind of the risk of bringing in a
Yeah, the
huge ship.
computer core kind of burns hot, kind of
Yeah,
shows your
yeah.
location a little bit.
Yeah, so like there's enough stuff built in just in that mod alone that you could probably find those types of balances already without having to alter too much,
All right,
or like
I'll
rewrite
definitely look
code or
into that
anything.
then, because I know he made something really good. I just haven't had a chance to look into what it could and couldn't do. I'll look into that and see if I can put something together for launch around there, even some basic guidelines, just so that it's a lot harder to force people into that cubby hole, after they have their grids built, saying, "Oh, now you can't fly your ship. You got to do it like this." So I'll try to
Well,
get
so
that done.
one of the cool things that you can do is there's a standard kind of like built-in ship class. I think it's just called like LG ship, and that could be your standard for just any ship. Just your regular whatever the STC limits are. And then you can add those other classes. And those maybe you can call them like your military class ships. Anything else is, just whatever LG ship. And then you can assign buffs or nerfs or PCU limit changes, specifically to, warships, which would be supplementary to builds that people already have. Now they can build something that's purpose driven or more specialized or specific without having to like ditch or alter the performance of the ships and grids that they already have.
Where did we fall on thruster burn?
I thought we landed on we're keeping thruster burn.
Okay. Side question: Did you ever have you guys figured out that speed setting where like you can add thrusters to your ship and slow yourself down because now you're heavy? So you get like diminishing returns on thrusters.
It's for like ions because they're super heavy and they
Ions,
increase your weight too much.
even hydrogens. People are like, how do I make my ship faster? And it's like, try deleting thrusters.
Like top speed you mean faster?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just accelerate slower, but you can go faster.
No, like if you put on too many thrusters, you're now so heavy that your ship goes slow. So you have to play this like weird weight balance if you want to max your speed out. So if a dreadnought wants to strap itself with a ridiculous amount of rockets, it doesn't matter. He might have good acceleration, but he can't go very fast.
Like a relative speed mod.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we have relative speed mod. That's what he's talking about. He said the amount of weight based on thrust, that ratio is not ideal.
If I remember
because
correctly, I think it's 2.5 mil, and it goes 4 mil, then it goes 5 mil, then it goes 6 mil in weight. Those are your thresholds.
I don't remember.
So if you're not going fast enough and you're at that weight limit, try to get below the previous tier and you'll go faster.
Yeah, it makes it
Oh,
awkward.
I'll look into that. I've also considered removing the mod, but I don't know yet. It was I like the mod because I don't want ships, especially when Impulse comes out. I can't remove it. So I'll look at tweaking it. Because especially with Impulse, right? If I made no cap and then I have Impulse and then I have a Galaxy class 5 billion block ship going 0 to 1,000 meters a second in 2 seconds, then that's just going to cause problems. So there has to be some sort of diminishing return and purpose to build smaller, faster ships.
See if you could tie all this stuff to a ship class.
Yeah, I'll look into the ship classes.
The amount of
and then we'll
thrusters
go
you
from
can
there. Because then
handle,
I can
or the
add,
amount of
yeah,
impulse drives you can
I
stack.
can limit the amount of limit the amount of impulse modules like thrusters at the back of the ship for each class too. So you can't have like a shuttle pod that has like 50 impulse and you're going 0 to 1,000 in not even a second.
Well, that wouldn't necessarily be the problem. I mean, if that's how you want to use your power, then that's how you use your power, but you just can't have weapons at that point.
I think at that point you would be the weapon. Fucking wrecking ball.
You know, because
Yeah.
that's kind of the thing is well, ramming speed is always an issue, right? Like that's always a
Like
fucking
that
No,
would be the
the
first
damage
thing
is
I would do is
mitigated.
slap a ball just like that, go 1,000 with a blade of armor with nothing but power going to the fucking integrity. That's the first thing I would do. I would pinball everybody.
There is
There's
no
no
more
ram-
ramming though. Remember?
There's no
We have
ramming.
we have a script in that.
That's the sad part about it.
but
Well,
you
that's on
actually have
purpose,
those
especially
ramming?
with impulse. You don't want someone going 0 to 1,000 in 1 second and then just peering a
Do
hole.
that fucking move
to
from
your ship.
Star Wars where they just warp through everything.
Yeah. But
Ramming,
yeah, I'll
ramming
look
is no
more into
longer
the
a thing?
classes because I see a lot of benefits to the class system. I just
It would make big
again,
fleet battles crazy too, because once you see the big ship come out, it would be like, damn, that's like a Constitution class or something like that.
yeah,
And also adding to like just the diversity of ships that you see employed in battles, you know, more of a rock, paper, scissors rather than just what ship has the most tech slammed in it.
yeah,
Yeah.
Because once you get that you know that meta build, or you know you could have, I mean, what there's like two, you know, there's your like big, you know, armored meta and then your speed meta, and that's like it. There's only two, like they're all shaped different, but it's the same two ships, you know,
yeah,
with slight variations rather than, you know, like you know, if you want something small and stealthy and fast, then great. You know, if you start taking damage, you know, you can pretty much always escape no matter what. You know, like you can have your range in there.
Like normally
Starfleet
this
can
gets
actually have a
mitigated
fleet of
by
different ships.
like normally weapons are heavy, right? So if you strap a big ass cannon on a little Corvette, now your Corvette's slow as fuck, right? But because
yeah.
we're all using phasers, that Corvette's got a full package.
Mm.
I think a simple solution is just make power generation heavy. Whether it be PCU count or whatever, but make it heavy. And then your small ships just can't move it that much. You need more thrust to compensate for the weight. And so by the time you end up with enough thrust to do anything or enough
Yeah,
power
like
generation, you're big.
Yeah.
it'll be a total bitch to balance, but like a ship class system would be great.
Yeah. So that being said, I'm going to reiterate, guys. Dev team of 1, admin team of like
Right.
3-ish active people.
Only me and Stay and Rocking at this point with a couple trainees.
Yeah, and obviously because we have not been, you know, STC has been stagnant for a number of months. You know, we've lost virtually most of our paying Patreon members. So, you know, funds are really non-existent. So if anyone can contribute in any way, either financially to pay mod people to help me, or if you're talented yourself, definitely. And again, it doesn't have to be a coder. Like Dema has put a lot of time into reworking all of the starter ships. So like, you know, that's something he could do, and he has helped. So thanks again, Dema, for taking that.
No problem.
And we got to talk more too later, because we got to make some changes around there just to equalize the amount of resources on the different ships. But yeah, you know, he's helping in that way, and that helps everyone and gets us live faster. Now, for everyone who's still here, and I'm sure you want to know, when are we going live? Well, there's still a crap ton of stuff to do. And again, I'm only one person. I would say the earliest it would be done is end of March, like March, say 31st. And that's being very generous with the current help that I have, which is very limited. So if we want to hit that March 31st, which I would love to, anyone that can help in some way, please contact me directly via DM, and let me know what you think you can do, what you're good at, and again, it could be in different areas: grid building, modding. It could be financially. It could be programmatically.
Are you gonna do like a beta, maybe?
Um,
We have a beta up currently. I don't know if we gave access.
You guys
to
should open
players
it.
with it.
You should
no,
open it
it's
up and
no, it's an alpha, and it's not complete. That's the one I was just logged into. So that I'm gonna the I may do a beta for certain people. Maybe I'll open up the Patreons a beta before a wipe, and then go live just to make sure at least the beginning arc is nice and stable, so that there's not an influx of tickets and stuff in the beginning couple months, and then while I work on additional things. But
Let players figure out which planets have which ore type thing.
yeah, and then it's also a perk for Patreon
or
people
just
too,
give
right?
them
So
like one of the sectors. Let them loose in one sector.
yeah, yeah. But that's where we are now. So yeah, let me know if you can help. I hope you like what you saw. There's like a ton of work. I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of work and a lot of stuff to do. But really cool ideas and some interesting stuff that I try to make that is not typical SE. So it's new and refreshing.
Hell yeah,
Yep.
dude.
There's some good
Yeah.
ideas in there, that's for sure. It seems like I mean, it's worth. It's. I'm excited.
I just want to point out that the date of expected release time is really close to April Fools.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why I didn't that's why I didn't say April 1st. It's because I'm gonna be like, everyone's like, yeah, like, no, just kidding. Yeah. So anyways, that's what I would like. But again, it depends on how much time and how nicely things work. I know everyone's anxious, so I'm trying to now just build an MVP version of the server, which is the most valuable product. It's just enough that's engaging, that is new, that's fun, and then the other things that can be released after, like focusing on end game stuff. Hopefully no one's there for the first month or two. That'll give me some time to kind of like polish that side of the fence and just focus on the beginning and mid game side of things. So that's what I'm trying to work on now, is just enough that works very well so that we can launch, and then add more as we go. And yeah, that is the plan for
You get that
3.0.
whole NPC reinforcements thing fleshed out?
Um
Where you can
yeah,
like call in backup?
yeah, I demoed it. Oh, did you
Hell
join
yeah.
late?
I joined late, yeah.
Oh yeah, I demoed it to
I think you
everyone.
showed
So
it to me already, but yeah.
yeah,
That's sweet.
so yeah, that works. It pulls in a random ship to help you, random tiered level, every 2 hours is a help thing. You probably missed it, but I'm tinkering with the idea of a PvP version. So when you go into combat, you can call in an NPC ship to help you fight in PvP for X amount of minutes.
If you can like lock it to their sector, that'd be sweet.
And yeah, and it's going to be driven by like the Dyson. You got to own a Dyson sphere in order to be able to utilize this, and then it costs credits in order to call. So if you want to call an NPC to help back you up, then you have to own a Dyson sphere, which makes you another perk to owning an endgame piece and maintaining it. And then on top of that, you have to spend credits, which is a credit sink, to help the economy keep going.
Do you have it set up so like the different alliances are able to pull their ship types?
No, because when you send out a distress call, the distress call is to a mercenary fleet. The mercenary fleet is a variation of all different ships. So you could get a Romulan ship, you could get a Klingon, you could get
Oh,
Cardassian
dude, I have
Federation.
like Miradorn ships and like random factions that would work as like bounty hunter factions.
Yeah. So we just need a. I'm not gonna go too crazy on that side, but like 2 for each tier, and then they'll be randomized and weighted. So obviously, like a tier 3 is less likely to spawn than a tier 1 or tier 2 and that kind of stuff.
Fate, Esther, are you guys still gonna be Temerians?
I'm either gonna do what Esde does or what you do. I'm not entirely decided yet.
Want to see some aliens?
Best believe we're gonna do the fucking Tanagra bullshit for at least for a little bit.
Yo, Raptor, was that you that was posting those like old school Fed ships? Those were nice.
Yeah, the TOS ones.
Yeah, I hope everybody rocks TOS theme for a little bit.
I think Starfleets, we'll see how the grind goes in the beginning, but the idea was that as we go through, our progression, that we'll kind of go through like the timelines of ships. So like the TOS ships are all tier 1 stuff, and then we'll get into like the late 23rd century ships like Excelsior and stuff like that for tier 2, and then newer ships for tier 3 and beyond.
Nice.
Are you by any chance going to have any new block variants for shipbuilding?
Block variants, as in what?
Like for building ship hulls.
What do you want to see is what he's asking. What's not there that you want to see there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did bring up that one about a year ago, that curve block one mod.
Curve
the
blocks.
curve
I've been
blocks.
seeing some pretty crazy shapes. I don't know if it's what mod pack it is, but I've been seeing some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I can add curve blocks. I think we did add them originally. No one used them, and I took them out. And then everyone's like, "Where are the curve blocks?" I'm like, "The ones that I added that nobody used."
No, they never worked. They never were accessible.
I could have sworn they
There was
were.
one.
I did all the work, and they're there.
I think it was in the file. It wasn't working. We never saw them.
Oh. All right. Well, I can add back curve blocks so you can make more round figures and stuff like that. There's some mods now that make it a lot easier to make titanium versions. That was the real challenge, is that I can't just add a mod that adds curve blocks, because I have to then make a duplicate of every single block in a titanium version with different stats. So, and then I need permission from the mod author, which generally wouldn't give me them for the curve blocks. So it was kind of a pain in the rear. But they've Ash again made some amazing mods. He has one that I can take an original mod and kind of add and change stuff without re-uploading. So I'll look into that.
You can also reference a model and icon from another mod with a SBC line. If you look at Digi's mod script examples, it's in there in the hidden SBC tags.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. So let me know, guys. Honestly, like I want to roll this out, but my time is limited, and I got to keep the wife happy, and I have to be an adult too. So kind of takes me away from things at times. Last 3 months it's been radio silence because I have been absolutely swamped. The end of the year is the worst time for me. It's for work. It's crazy in the industry that I'm in. So now that things are easing up, I'm trying to get back in routine of going full steam on STC. So that's my plan. But again, any help would definitely help, especially programmatic stuff, because that takes so much time, trial and error. So
Are you gonna stick around for the piracy talk, Sarge, or you got to take off?
Time is it? I can stay a bit. Then I got to get ready to go out for dinner. So, yeah, let's talk
So what
about piracy.
what do you want? What is your goal with the surrender mechanic?
To give noobs an opportunity to not get their ship blown up.
Exactly.
So it's just to protect noobs.
It is. So
Basically,
that's kind
yeah.
of why I was asking about the rep system, because if we could give people some sort of civilian designation that isn't like, actually forced, it would be great. But I don't think it should apply to like warring alliances.
So what what do you consider a noob? Is it just lack of lack of ship, or
Okay, not noob. Someone that wants to play the game, but is not a warmonger or they like a dash of PvP, but there's a lot of Star Trek people that are like PvE focused. So those people that just want to come in and play a bit and mine and have fun, they're getting their ass handed to them, and then it's not fun, and then they leave, and then or get upset, and all those people are potential players, potential Patreons, which then help add the server continue to advance. So it also creates a whole bunch of tickets. So if we could develop, the whole reason we got this was so that we could develop something where they have a chance not to get wiped in like stone aged, right? So if I'm a noob and I know I'm gonna get my ass handed to me because there's this giant ship about to kill me, I'd rather be like, take 20% of my tier 1 tech that's on this ship and don't kill me because I'm gonna go run away now. That's why we created something like that.
I feel like once you get if assuming you get the rep system working, that rule can eventually just be scrapped, and we can flush it out through rep and in-game stuff, because free piracy is fun because it gives an opportunity for a skirmish to happen, because as soon as it happens in chat, the good guys in the area should be sending DMs to the person being pirated asking for a GPS location, and the pirate, the entire time he's got this guy held up, should be terrified and like looking around him and looking above him, scared that the backup's going to show up.
Here's my big concern, Sarg, is last time I was playing, every time that we did something to pirate, we would hijack a ship, we would do whatever, there was a rule that was implemented to stop us from doing it. And what that ended up doing is that ended up costing you 8 active players. We all went and played on the Expanse.
But what stopped you from doing it, other than, because it doesn't stop you, it stops you from blowing them up if they don't agree to give you free loot, right?
But that's only the surrender aspect, right? So a good pirate, a good piracy, you should never have to fire around, right? You sneak onto the ship, you steal it when they leave, whatever.
Sure.
But every time that we found a way to do that, it got modded to the point where we couldn't do it. So my
Well,
theory,
I know you're talking. I know you're about your survival kits.
that was one of them, but that wasn't the only one. But yeah, that was a big one. And you just made it more and more. Well, and it wasn't just we never stole from noobs. Like if we got on a ship and it was obviously a noob ship, we never stole it.
Yeah,
in fact, we told them how we got to it.
The difference is the only reason, in the example of survival kits being altered that ended the open survival kit issues, that was done because it was a game issue. Like it was a bug in the game
the
that
build
when they were
repair was good, yeah.
repaired, they were made open, right?
Yeah.
That wasn't negligence on a person's part. That's a bug in the game that people were then using to as a tactic. Unfortunately, there's no way to identify, hey, the bug triggered, so in that case, turn off their survival kit so that it doesn't, open up to everyone. So there had to be a decisive action just to say, anytime that survival kit is owned by nobody, turn it off, right? So that was the fail safe to put
Yeah.
in there.
And
But there's
I'm not trying to argue that you shouldn't have done that, but it was repeated issues. Like I'm concerned that you're trying to protect the noobs so much that you're killing an entire aspect
I have an
of
idea.
the game.
I have an idea. Instead of salvaging valuable stuff off of their ship as your loot, what if they had to give you an e-pay? Like they had to pay you SE,
yeah.
and if they don't have the SE, it gets like they go in the negative or something like that, and then make that SE valuable for stuff in game.
Well, what we could do is, based on the going rate of exotic tech on the market, NPC market, then you owe me X amount of credits. So they don't have, if I don't want to take the stuff off of my ship right now, I can just e-transfer you X amount of credits, which will allow you to go and buy that from or whatever you
Right.
want to buy from a trader.
And then to take that further too, what if your enemy alliance wants to surrender, but they have to pay like heavy, so they're less likely to pay it.
I wouldn't even go that far. An alliance should never surrender because it would be an alliance battle.
Okay, I'm
and
fine
then
with that.
so this is only for, and again, this is only to protect the small fries that are basically just getting started. I built my first ship. I'm so happy. Then all of a sudden, some dude comes and attacks me, and then I'm going to lose everything. I need, I don't want to get Stone Aged. And you got to remember too, right? Another reason why I'm not letting this go, this surrender rule, is it is easier than ever to find people in 3.0. You got warp signatures. You have it is easier than ever to have organic combat.
If it doesn't
right?
apply to warring alliances, then whatever.
What do you mean?
Like if you have two alliances and you're explicitly at war with each other.
Right. The surrender rule is not when you're at war. So if you're actively at war, like you've made a formal claim of war like you used to do in the RP channel or whatever, like we can do it, make it even more formal. So everyone knows that your current status is at war with whoever, then there's no, that war decision made affects not just you, but everyone in your alliance, even the new people, right? And that also goes with RP because, if the Federation decided to go at war with the Klingons, then, if there was a freighter going down in deep space and a Klingon sees it, they're going to go raid it, right? You're at war.
Mhm.
Everything's game. So, I would say the surrender rule but then ultimately you don't have to be at war to blow up another ship, right? You're part of another alliance. So it doesn't mean you're, you know, everyone's a target, but when you're at war, you're like actively pursuing that target. If that makes sense to you guys.
Can I add a layer of complication to that? So say say Dema's faction and Starfleet are not at war, but we have, completely
You just
we're not
cut out.
friends. Like if we just have like, if Starfleet goes into Dema's faction's space, even though we're not explicitly at war, like we shouldn't be able to say, we surrender just because he caught us mining, in his territory or something like that. Like we violated.
That's when we enter the gray area and things get interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So what? I mean, how will? I mean, will there be a gray area allowed to where, like, Dema's faction could just deny, not accept, the legality or however you want to call it of, or the legitimacy of our surrender?
I do it
You know
all
what
the time. I make tickets for them. Like if the dude's not cooperating, I'm just gonna blow you up. If they want to replace the ship later, well, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so you just proceed and then let let the admin team figure it out.
so what if? So let's put some guidelines, right? Number one, you're if this rule is the surrender rule is meant to protect like newbie players and stuff, right? So or players that are not like PvP focused. So number one, we could say that surrender rule can only be used in home space or
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah.
subsystems, right? So you can use it in
Neutral zones, neutral areas.
yeah, which are the subsystems, even if they're owned by someone, right? Which is like Chroma, Bajor, and Nimbus. So those systems you can use the surrender rule. Your home system you can use it. You cannot use it if you are if I'm the Federation and I go into Dema's Klingon Empire, I can't be like, oh, I surrender, you saw me. No, it doesn't work that way. So it's just you can't. Dema could surrender because he's in his home territory, but the person in a territory that is not theirs, like a home territory, then they can't use the surrender rule.
What
So
if my
that
empire stretches into your sector?
Yeah, and like, what if one of these neutral, quote unquote, neutral zones or whatever, what if Dema considers it
is
not a neutral zone? Like, that's mine. It's not neutral at all.
it's no, those
okay,
are
so
the subsystems and the home systems. The defending force cannot claim. No, sorry. Only in home systems and subsystems can you use that rule. So the maelstrom is off limits, and your home territory as an opposer is off limits.
So you
is there not going to be any
only
conquest in our
No,
not the home sector, but the
you can
your
only
space?
surrender on home turf. Is that what I'm
no,
getting?
there's no conquest on the home turf. You forever own your home sector.
But isn't the home sector a sector within a sector?
It's well, think of it. Okay, don't think of it as sectors. Think of it as your home Klingon space. Klingon space is that giant circle that was in the corner, right?
So you're reducing all the conflict to just the maelstrom and the area around it, but there's no conquest in Federation space.
Yes, no Federation space conquest, no Orion conquest. That the reason for that is because noobs spawn there.
But
All
that
the
means we can't
noobs.
ever walk up to each other's like doorstep.
No,
Well,
you
you
can.
could, right? There just
You
wouldn't
can
be.
still
You just
raid
wouldn't
them.
be
You
able to
can
take it
still.
over.
Yeah, you can't take it over, but you
Okay.
can still go to the newbie asteroid field and kill seals if you wanted. That's fine. Like, but you can't take over the territory because there's no territory to take over. It's just forever owned by Federation.
And it's not really valuable territory, anyways, right? Because there's no
No,
like point of interest there. There's no like really rare ores.
there's
Anyways,
nothing. There's no point other than it's just a home base where all people's safe zones are going to be when they're wanting to protect their base and their home station.
would it be simpler, because this is for for newer players or whatever? Would it be simpler just to give them like a command? Like, could there be a command added to where, say, I'm a new player, I've never played this before, I venture somewhere where I'm not supposed to be, or I find myself in some kind of problem, that I can just type in exclamation point surrender, and that, like, it just hangers my ship immediately, like overrides the the enemy in the area hanger thing, but I can only use that command 3 times, like, ever. And that gives me 3 aces in the hole to figure out how to dodge or stay away from pirates. And then pirates are no longer bound by any rules at all. They can just go pirate, and if the ship gets hangered, it's like, okay, you got away this time, newbie. But
Yeah.
you only got
What
2
if-
more of those left.
It's that's gonna raise a lot of questions. And why did they disappear? They're cheating. I'm gonna make a ticket, investigate what's going on. How many times do they have left? I thought
Well,
I
if
had
Dema has
more.
his way, you're going to be sifting through all of his tickets anyways.
This is why we need to get the rep system set up so you can start like attaching like war crimes to people.
So
yeah.
hold on,
Yeah,
hold
but
on.
that the
what if-
system is a very big like haul. It's a lot of work.
I like the idea of
Jesus.
the negative credit.
So
Like
yeah, we could just use the plus minus system.
Yeah, the alliance, they got a taxation T-shirt to the alliance, so you can tell the alliance you owe that much. Here's the proof. We could have blown that shit, but
Like we caught one
instead-
of your civilians out here. We
And
forced
it's-
them to take it to the alliance bank account.
Yeah, exactly. It's up to the
Yeah.
alliance at that point if they want to keep that player or not, and all that stuff.
I like that.
I don't like. I don't. It's an idea.
So can,
I like
is
that.
there a way that you can do a hanger, like say a surrender hanger?
No.
No, overcomplicating. We want to keep it simple.
Check it out. Pay makes it more simple too, because if your goal is to not depress a new player for getting their ship blown up, getting their ship stripped of their tech is going to probably hurt just as bad. So make it an e-pay.
But
now you're in debt.
We don't have the credits anyway.
They're in debt.
There's a
And if they're
taxation
part of an
on the
alliance, it goes to their alliance credit.
and it can be decided in these not tunnels but the like when all the server get together, it's the thing we used to do where the player decide what's going to be the price for that item, and if you don't comply then you get blacklisted by the police. And it's the
I mean, I'm not terribly opposed to the space credits thing, because then I don't feel bad as a pirate clubbing seals, because I'm not really clubbing seals. I'm clubbing the alliance. You know.
Well, you wouldn't be clubbing anyone because they would surrender, and that surrender would then cost the alliance money.
Exactly.
Well,
but
I like that though too, because
and the focus of 3.0 is focus. A big part of it is focus on the player station, the store that the player have, and all of that. So it's focused on the economy. So
yeah, if your alliance is doing good and your noobs are like, costing the bank, you're like, whatever, we're taking care of you.
I'm actually I think that's not a bad system, but it just has to be enforced.
We just gotta ask Crunch. I bet Crunch will do it.
Yeah, that's gonna be a crunch thing because then he'll have to add it to his new alliance system because it uses the alliance banks and that we'll have to build out some sort of framework and ask him about it.
What about like a insurance system? Maybe your ship can be blow up, but you can use insurance to kind of restore it.
Yeah, I started
like that
working.
already
I started working that concept, but that's not going to be anywhere close to launch. There's just it's a lot of work to do. It can be done, but the problem is figuring out every loophole to be abused, right?
Yeah.
Like I could be
You
like,
as the
oh,
player just need to
I
run an
pay
insurance
1,000
directory.
credits a day to insure my thing. Then I can be like, oh, I insured this blueprint, which has all these elite weapons. Then I'm gonna go to Dema and be like, Dema, buddy, you're the enemy. Kill me, and then I'm gonna get back a payout
Yeah,
of everything,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
well,
it's,
I mean that's I mean I don't know how this would work, and you'd have to have a player that was like really into the spreadsheets and stuff. But like a player organization could be an insurance company, and
Yeah,
offer
a player could do it.
It's all
Sounds
just
like the most Ferengi shit I've ever heard.
Right, like
that is
a lot of
I
these
would
rule
love to see the
things
Ferengi
we
come
should
back
try
like
to
they used to
mitigate through
come.
RP.
That was so fun.
I agree. And also, if noobs are getting crushed by pirates, all the time, like don't we want to have an incentive to be a part of an alliance? Like if because Dem is such a dick, if he comes into Federation space just trying to club seals, it's kind of up to our alliance to try and offer protection. That they can slam a distress call, and then a Starfleet ship, if there's one around, hopefully can show up and do something. And if they can't, then maybe they don't want to be part of an alliance that's not active enough.
Well, the thing is, that's the whole point of the way the world is structured now. That's why everybody is funneled into your home area, and all the new people that spawn in new ships spawn on the home planet area, so that this way there's a lot of traffic, and there's always in the space your safe zones. If you want a safe place to live in space, can only be surrounding Earth or surrounding the home planet, which means people will always be around. So when you are crying for help and you're part of an alliance, the chances are someone's going to send a ship and try to help you, right? So
See, I think that's the way out. I think that's the thing to do if you're getting pirated, instead of having, some legal battle with the pirate on what's legal for him to take or not. That it's just kind of built into the gameplay, like in a way like that. Because
Well,
it
you
also
also have
seems weird to
have,
me
like,
to be like, okay, piracy is like, like pretty, like it's just an illegal activity, right?
Well, check it out. It gives
So-
us an opportunity to use Crunch's tax system, because there was no reason to implement that before. But if there are things that a player might end up costing, the money,
Yeah.
then you might want to just, be
I'm
taxing
not
the
even sure if
alliance at a
it's still
certain rate.
there. He stopped alliances, and he made a new mod called Groups.
Okay.
Which is replacing alliances, which has a lot of the alliance stuff in it, but I don't know what it does and does not have anymore, and what that kind of alt looks like. But
Well, he already has the code for a tax system, so
yeah, I don't think he would have removed it because for a lot, but he rewrote a lot of work. He did a lot.
Whatever the solution is, I mean, I'm anti-piracy, by role, but like, I mean, to take criminals and say, okay, you guys can be criminals, but you have to do it legally. Like that seems kind of weird and forced.
alliance coffers are really cool too, because you could integrate like RP elements. Like, sorry, you could just post like a scenario and see who has the money and who wants to spend the money on something, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like you could use that stacked up bank for stuff. And a tax system, then you would have like a legit little economy going on.
Yeah. I think something like
what's
that would be
trade going
much
to be
better.
like?
What's what?
What's the trade system going to be like?
Oh, the trade system is, well, now that everyone has their own faction safe zone, you can have your faction stores because you can show it in your safe zone and it's protected. That was one of the main issues, was that people were like, oh,
Like player
why
run
would
stores?
Yeah, I can
Sweet.
have one because I have a safe zone now, right? Around my planet, so I can go planet shopping, go to a sector, go to their safe zone. They can allow me in, and we can do trades or whatever, right? Or you can allow people in your safe zone still, just you can't, no damage or something. And then people will be able to trade, and you can run your own stores. Then there'll be an NPC store still, so the Bejor will still exist with DS9 and NPC trade routes. So if you want to sell to NPC to build up your initial credits and all that, you would still go there. And
nice.
I do want to build 2 more trade stations. I'm thinking about putting one in each of the subsectors. So like the Nimbus system and the Chroma would both have a trade station as well. And then this way people, when we do the missions where like buy X amount from this station and go here and sell it, like people can do those runs. So I'm thinking about that, or keeping only one main trade station and then having like random ones pop up, random like NPC ones pop up, but that's a lot more work. I don't know. But
Starfleet had
that's
built a station where we did set up like a whole trade thing, and one of the biggest things that we ran into was the player trade blocks are limited with like how many and the quantities of materials that you're allowed to offer or order. Is there a way to get some of those limitations removed?
Hmm.
It's a good question because I plan on setting up Ferengi trade stations. So
Yeah, I will. Let me write that down. Look into lifting SE
Oh.
limitations for player-driven store blocks. Okay.
There's also another economic problem between the player store blocks and the NPC ones. So it obviously doesn't cost the NPC any money to place an order. But it does. There's a listing fee associated with anytime you put one in a player store block. So it immediately makes player stores not able to be as competitive, against NPC stores because you have to, throw that fee on top of it every time, which is on top of the tax if there's like an alliance tax or something.
Well, you can't buy tech from trades, can you?
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, you can buy and sell tech.
Oh.
Yeah, now you can.
Maybe
Initially
better.
in 2.0 you couldn't buy and sell tech, but now you can buy and
What
sell
can a
tech.
player sell that the store doesn't? Is there anything?
Currently
I thought there
Continuum
was
tech,
one thing. I don't remember what it was.
Platinum, Continuum tech.
good customer service.
Player blocks, I think, can buy and sell anything.
Yeah, no, he's saying what's the difference now with the
Oh.
NPCs that, why have a player-driven store system when I could just do the NPCs if they sell everything?
Well, no, so it's
again,
the opposite side of the problem. Is that so? Like, Starfleet runs on like a merit system, and we have it quantified where space credits is part of that quantification that we have. So if like we want our players to come to the station and whatever it is that they go out and do, whatever it is that they go out and collect, they can come to our trade station and exchange it. But Starfleet then has to put forth that order for whatever item it is. But there's also the listing fee. And if the price is better at the trade station, since the trade station doesn't have a listing fee to worry about, it doesn't come out of any account.
So just need to remove the listing fee.
Yeah, remove listing fees.
I assume that's
Yep.
possible.
I'll have to look into it. The store block system, maybe with a torch script, I could probably do that because it's kind of hashed into the block. I have to patch into that process. I'll look into that, removing the fees. Did I put? Yeah, I put that in fees. Yeah, so but in 3.0, like we mentioned, there's going to be a lot of unique things that can be sold and by only players, right? You have the safe zone chips, whatever we decide to call them, they're going to be only obtainable through voting. And thus, if you want more, or if you forget to vote, or you're running short, you may want to stockpile, or you may want to just vote, not use them, and then sell them, right? Make money that way. That's one way to play a driven economy. You're going to have eventually those tokens that you're going to be able to craft special blocks with that will give you an edge in, like, an upgraded version of a phaser because you ran X amount of missions and you got X tokens, that kind of stuff. There was, I don't remember all the scenarios I brought up. I brought like 3 or 4 different use cases of things that you can get from a store. Oh, Dysonite's another one. So if you own a territory that has Dysonite, you can mine it, and then you could put that on the market to sell it, which you may actually have a lot of people that want to buy that because, especially if you don't have any trade agreements with people, that kind of stuff. So there's all these different avenues that you'll make economy kind of more useful, and then ultimately, I want to incorporate more perks for endgame with the Dyson spheres. So in addition to all the ones you already know, things like the NPC mercenaries that can come help you PvP, but you have to own a Dyson Sphere, and it charges you credits because you got to pay for the mercenaries to come help you. So stuff like that is a credit sink, and the reason to buy, sell, trade, make money, and get rid of it. So I want to increase more features in the end with special one-time things that happen but cost you credits. So you always want to make sure you have credits, which means you have to use the economy.
I mean, that gives a good reward to like Ferengi style players and like pirate style players and a bunch of other stuff to collect money and sell it on the black
Now-
market or something.
Is there any other way to get credits other than buying and selling? When you, for example, if I were to capture an NPC, will there be credits on the NPC ship?
No, but you can run missions to get credits. So when we release like the PvE missions, you'll be able to do like cargo runs or kill X amount of things to get a reward, and that reward would be credits. So
Okay.
you can get credits that way, or you could just mine and bring your hauler to DS9, liquidate all your stuff, make credits that way. That's how it was done in the past.
Can we get player stores on DS9?
That would be cool.
Sounds
It's
expensive.
difficult. It's a lot. If I can figure out a non highly admin needed way to do it, yes. But again, we have very limited people working on this stuff and very limited admins. So I'm trying to make this iteration as least intensive for admins to work on than ever, which is why we have all those new reports and website and stuff like that.
We'll let Estee run the store.
Let's do it.
It might be nice to consider that the pirates interact with like some tertiary factions as well as like intermediaries.
Sorry, say it again.
It might be interesting to like think of like third-party factions, like if someone wants to play Orion, Ferengi, Cardassian, or something like that, they interact with the pirate people more, or something like that. Like as intermediaries, maybe they negotiate via them or something like that.
Well, you could, and that's player driven, right? Like we had back in the day in 2.0 when it launched, we had a very strong Ferengi presence. And those Ferengis were beloved by everyone because they literally just sat there and got mountains of money and funds.
The
and
more
they
we
would,
blew each other up, the more money they made. They
Yeah.
weren't good at
But that's
hunting,
kind of what
but
I'm
they had all
hoping
the
to
tech
do
they
in my
needed.
playthrough. So that's why I'm like, asking about it.
yeah. Oh, everyone loved the Ferengi. They loved them and hated them because, yeah, they all about
They
money.
had super valuable bases on the ground that nobody touched.
Yeah. Until someone did touch them, and then they
Oh
got,
shit!
yeah.
They thought they were
one person decided to ninja and attack them and steal their stuff, and then they're like, hey, okay, if you're gonna play that way, and then they locked down a lot of stuff.
Nice.
But yeah, it was super fun. The Dema and his crew used them a lot. Put in orders like every day. Give me 10 million nickel. Because he just
That was
needed.
like the first day.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't have that yet.
So it'll be interesting to see. And we have Ferengi in this iteration, right? The Orions,
Yeah, they're gonna have their
and
own
Ferengi
fucking-
are one alliance. They're top
If
left
the
there,
if
yeah.
the Ferengi can play neutrality really well and keep their sector open to everybody to come in and trade.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Orions are the same way, right? Orions we're either at war with you or, hey, open black market. You're our friend. Let's make some money, sell some slaves. Like that's the Orions but don't enter their territory or they'll attack you, right?
I'm sad
They
that I
weren't
can't hire
really,
Nausicaans.
yeah, hire some Nausicaans. Yeah. Okay. So, what I'm thinking, let's go back to this thing here. So, giving it more thought, right? Surrender rule is basically made for noobs or like newer players so they don't get zeroed. So, what if I imagine the subsystem would have a radar around the main planet, and then the asteroid belt is outside of that. So what if we did this to simplify it, guys? So surrender rule can only happen. Sorry. The surrender rule can only be invoked for the defender if they're in their home territory, like their home space, like Federation space in general. So that's Mars and Earth and the moons and the home asteroid belt, right? It can only be invoked there, and it can only be invoked in subsystems that's outside of the owned territory's radar. So Nimbus is one of the sub-territories. So if you own Nimbus and say 500 kilometers of space around Nimbus, then as long as you don't enter that 500 kilometers of Nimbus, then you can still use the surrender rule. But a second you enter the enemy territory, which is whoever owns it, right, that 500 kilometer radius around the planet, then you can't use it. And then everywhere else you can't use it.
I think you're saying that backwards, at least the way that I'm. So you're saying, so let's say, whatever, a pirate, non-Starfleet pirate cannot, or goes into Starfleet space. The noob within Starfleet space can surrender.
Yes.
Now, if Starfleet owns Nimbus or is currently in control of Nimbus, the noob
Yes.
can still do surrender inside Nimbus and within 500, right?
There's actually a way to program that into the game because the territory system is actually keeping track of who's in and in the territory. You could write a text-based command like !surrender, which will then, by a script turn off all the weapons on the ship if you're within certain parameters. Like if it'll check, hey, am I within a territory radar? Check. Okay, cool. Turn off weapons, and then a timer will display like an inhibitor. You have this amount of time to salvage the ship. You know what I mean?
Well, that wasn't the question though. We're trying to determine where and when can you use surrender, not
I think
not
only in
how
home
the surrender works.
territories. If you go outside of the safety of your bubble, I think that's what it is. I think it should be outside. You're outside of the safe zone.
I agree with that. I think that that's fair. I also think that going to the credit-based system is probably best because then you can,
Do
all
it
right,
quickly, and you don't have to gut somebody's ship.
yes, because you can say, all right, you've got 30 seconds to agree to this payment. Like it's either a yes or a no.
Here's
Yes,
an
I'll
idea
pay
for
it, no,
people
I
who
won't.
break the rule too. Can you bar certain people or factions from DS9? Like bar people from being able to access the train
No,
station?
I say we just disable surrender for him. Because that's a command you can disable for players, right?
Yeah, what
No,
oh, okay, yeah, once you've abused, that's how the plus minus system in old Sigma worked. Once you've abused the system, you're now negative. People don't have to ask you for a surrender.
Yeah, so you just can't, you don't ask, you just can't do it. Right? So because
yeah, he's talking about
on the
making it into a
surrendering,
command. Right now, it's not a command. It's just people text, say I surrender.
And I like there being a little bit of gray area because we need things like that to happen in game for there to be like war provocation and interesting intrigue. And
I think that
I
works for like players that aren't noobs. For noobs, I don't think it's about like really content. It's about giving them a little kind of a soft start so they can kind of get used to shit or at least have the opportunity to. Because like, I mean, Starfleet's not going to go to war because you blast a noob who's only been with us for a week.
Yeah.
so I think that the big thing is there needs to be, it needs to be either you need to be invulnerable during the negotiations. So we're negotiating surrender. So so you can't call friends. Your friends can't come and blow up the pirate. And vice versa. Or it needs to be quick to like, I surrender. Okay, you want to surrender? It's going to cost you 10,000 credits. Do you accept the terms or not?
Yeah, but it's difficult to be like, because they say, yeah, I accept, no problem, because it comes out of the alliance account. They don't care.
That's on your alliance command to manage.
I
Look,
agree
guy,
with
you're costing us fucking, 50,000 credits a week.
Right, but then we have to design a way to initiate a surrender, figure out a dollar amount that has to be associated with the surrender, charge the alliance account for the surrender, then you have to document that surrender somewhere in a command and a database, then retrieve that information upon request from an alliance leader to see who's costing the money.
Sounds
I
like
think
something the Fringy could be paid to.
it's a great idea, 100%, but there's no bandwidth in development right now for that. Like, I love it, but I don't have the time for that. I have a million other things I have to make still. So we could make that as a nice to have once we roll out stuff, and we can look at, enhancing that more. But I wanted to make a simple approach that is less intensive to develop programmatically and maintain.
Yeah, because if you do it like that, every time someone's gonna meet somebody for like the first month, is gonna be an admin ticket. Almost
And then
guaranteed.
you're gonna get, but then you're also gonna get trolls and people like, oh, I'm gonna make a, I don't know, fake account, join the Federation, and then I'm just gonna Dema's gonna go and be like, yeah, I attack you. And he's like, surrender, 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 and then all of a sudden you're left with a bill of $1 billion, right? So there's got to be caps around that you have to make. Like, it's a lot of work to think of that whole solution. So this is my suggestion, guys.
I'm
We
deeply
keep it
ashamed I didn't
simple.
think of that.
The way the game works is you can build all the way up to a tier 1 ship in your home territory. That's it. Tier 2, you can build up to a tier 2. No, you can build up to tier 3 in using a subsector. So if you mine everything in a subsector, you'd essentially be able to build a tier 3 ship, which is an exotic ship. And then if you want to have easy access to a ton of resources, and not easy access, but access to a ton of resources in an asteroid field, as well as some stuff that's not available in asteroids, is the Maelstrom asteroid belt, which is high risk.
Can I interject something here? Real quick? Talk about these commands and stuff for new players. The newbie player, this stuff's supposed to be helping with. Aren't going to remember offhand under emergency situation all these commands, know what to type and so forth. Is there a way to put in something where they have like something they can click on or something to type to click surrender? They may not know what options they have at that point or what they need to type or the exact format. Or someone like me who's a really bad typer.
Well,
Yeah, so in the entry ships, we could put a little display of some like useful commands for noobs. Like we do that sometimes.
Already
where it's
do,
cool.
yeah. I think every
Yeah.
in-game command so far, aside from any new ones, should be
Yeah.
on the LCD screens now.
So they'll be able to see those if they start in their starter ship and they go read their LCD displays that are initially there. It tells them like useful stuff. But there's no, to answer your question, can we programmatically make it a GUI, like a user interface, so that you can click a button on your screen and that surrenders? Yeah, you can. But again, development effort. And do we want to spend that on that?
Put it on the alliance. All you need is a programmable block that says, click this button, change beacon to max radius, I surrender.
That would be good. Something that they could just build on their ship. If they know ahead of time, they need to put that on their ship.
Give them a surrender block that they can walk up to, and it says in bold letters "surrender," and they can hit the button.
I mean, if that's your concern, right? Is the new guy not
And
Not
you
being
could
able to
put
type I surrender.
and you could
wait,
put the activation on your hotbar from your cockpit. So even the block's buried somewhere in your ship, you
The
just
Hey, go,
hit
surrender
go.
button
hotbar
should
9
be a
and press the
quote.
button.
I got a
Well,
hypothetical on this surrender in
I
your sector thing. If you catch somebody's main base in their home sector, can they just surrender? And then it's a number game of I get to take half their stuff or whatever the percentage is.
well that's if you catch them with their shield down, their safe zone down, then chances are they're not online.
Well,
And then
if it's
it's
not in
kind
the
of
safe
like
zone.
a free open game, right? Um,
Wait,
what I was thinking to simplify, guys, is essentially you can only surrender. You can only do the surrender rule in your home space. Period. So that leaves all other space because you
well,
can build up to a
home
tier
space
one
is a
ship.
big. Is home space a whole safe zone?
It's not a safe zone at all.
No, your home space. So like again,
Earth, the
Earth,
whole
Earth
Earth
and
area.
Mars and the asteroid belt. That circle in. I can show my screen again. I'm still sharing. So if I looked at, oh shit, I'm not logged in anymore.
It's like 5,000 or 6,000 kilometer freaking area, like the whole
Yeah.
like DS1 or whatever it happens to be labeled. That whole instance is your home area. So in that whole instance, noobs can surrender.
Yes, which is exactly where noobs live because it's only building. You can only build up to tier one.
Right, but a veteran player pulls their stuff back there.
Yes.
Keeps
Yeah.
their big thing there.
Which
and you
they
get at
generally
it.
will do because it's the only place you can build a safe zone.
Yeah, that I mean, what's your concern?
Assuming they don't have a safe zone on it, then well, it's just people. You catch something crazy, right? Like a bunch of stuff. They got like a station, a bunch of ships sitting out, and they call surrender.
You
Now
set
what?
you set terms.
Yeah. Then we put you. Yeah, they can claim surrender, and you still do the easy 20% rule. If they claim surrender, you got 10 minutes to give you X amount of exotic. You say, give me whatever. Your whole base is there with your big ships. I'm going to do the math, and 20% of all that is 100,000 exotic. You give me 100,000 exotic, and you don't get blown up. Yes or no? And they
I mean,
say,
to be
no, fuck
fair,
that. Then you just blow them up.
each
And the
faction can
person
also
doesn't
handle
have
that completely differently, right? Based on just like how their own faction works.
20% of what?
Well, and the big problem that I see there is you turn on the shields. So, well, no, I guess you just have to go and delete the shield block.
So that's another frustrating thing when you're dealing with surrenders like that, where it's like, drop your shields. I don't know how to drop shields. So, and then this whole question of like, you can shoot them because they're not cooperating. Like, where's the line for that?
I would like to think that most pirates are actually well mannered, as far as like they're not just trying to be complete assholes.
Keep in mind that we want to keep player on the server, so that
Well,
rule
no.
is
I'm
only
talking. I'm not
protected.
talking about like noobs though. I'm talking about
Yeah,
like
you're talking about
actual
like
players.
end
Like
game, and
when
my
we
base
found
is by
Players
Earth,
is
and
player.
I caught you with your pants down, and I want to take you out, right?
when Alpha
If you
dropped
raid
their own
someone's
shield
base,
bubble, when Alpha dropped their own shield bubble, and we were raiding Shroud's and Ty's stuff, and
what's the
Shroud said,
impact?
"I surrender."
What's the impact of that? If you do that, is the players going to stick around because you raided their main base? Like that's the point there. You want to keep them playing, but don't want to. Oh, I have nothing left. I need to start from scratch. That's
No,
the
yeah,
rule
but
is meant for that.
The problem is there's no enforcement. So if you say, okay, I surrender, and then you pull back, then all he's got to say is, yeah, fuck off. My shield's rep. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? You know, like there's only downsides for the pirate to accept any sort of surrender in that situation.
Well, the pirates also get an advantage because if you could force a surrender out of somebody, now you're sitting stress-free. Because no
What
one's allowed to attack you. But then there's the question of like, if this surrender is happening near a trade station or a point of interest, and a third party kind of stumbles by, then
Yeah.
things get messy.
I've.
So why don't we just say
I
trade,
think
trade surrenders can't be done to stations? Simple. You can't surrender a station. You can only surrender a ship in combat.
Well, define a ship. I live out of a ship. My base is a mobile ship.
Yeah.
Right.
So define a station, define a base, define a ship. Like that's the route you end up going down when you say, well, you can't surrender a
Yeah, that's
station.
true. Yep. Yeah, that's true.
I think there's a simpler way to do this. I think that this can be handled by the players. Like the Bureau of Ships and Services can already do this as far as registering ships, and you could have a little bit of admin support on it too. If a ship is registered or a station, they can set up a quick, simple insurance policy on it, even if it's not the actual value of the station. Just this is what your policy covers, this much value, in whatever resources, and almost treat it like okay, they put in a insurance claim, and either it can be full player driven to where it's actually monies that's earned and exchanged in game, or it can be connected to like a the admin's oopsie system already.
I
And if
was
they
thinking
have
something
if
similar,
they're
like
already
through the trade council, if you could like purchase civilian designation, so you get to put a little like tag or something on your beacon, and it's
Yeah,
full
but
Well, and that's
RP, and
but
it's
that's a
just backed
trade
by the.
station. That's not your base station.
well, whatever. What if it was a base, any grid at all, or even any amount of resources could be insured in game from an RP position. I mean, I can do that. We already have something like that in Starfleet anyways. And the Bureau of Ships and Services already tracks grids and has individual serial numbers assigned to grids.
What the fuck is this Bureau of Ship Services?
Oh my God, it's a whole thing.
Well, and that's the problem. Is that's a whole thing that I, as a pirate, know nothing about, nor do I.
Well, that's the beauty of it. As a pirate, you don't need to. As a pirate, it frees pirates to just do their
Yeah,
piracy.
you don't need to care.
There is no surrender. There is no. You just take everything, and then
insurance comes
it's up
in
to that
later and
player.
recoups.
Which is
Yeah, and then it's
exploitable.
between yeah, it can be, but only up to like your insurance amount, for example. So say
Up
you
to
have a
your
ship, it
limits.
doesn't matter how big. Yeah, if you only insure it for 10,000 space credits and the claim is valid, you got your screenshot, you're being pirated or whatever, hey, you only pay for a 10,000 credit insurance policy, so that's what you'll get back. If you pay for a $10 billion or credit insurance policy, then your ship could be the size of nothing, but you're putting in a claim for 10,000. The math is pretty easy to set up, for us anyways, to have individual insurance policies that cover those things, and that's all RP. You don't even need admin support for that.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, tell Sard to fuck right off. We'll deal with this in game.
I mean, I wasn't going to use those words. I was more. Let me rephrase that. Sard, don't worry about it. We can handle it. The option just needs to be there for noob support, and there's already mechanisms that players have made that can do that. The only thing that we would need to do is to make that like publicly known so that noobs know that that's an option for them, that support is there, and they can get channeled to the
You
the
could just
correct
put that
people.
in their starter ship on an LCD.
The problem with that is that's setting up the whole server to support one group. Whoever
Well, you would
this
have to
bot-
make that group neutral or like completely
non-combative, yeah.
Yeah. Which I
Non-political.
mean is possible if you have a neutral faction that interacts with everybody, but doesn't actually do anything directly hostile.
You could, or if there's only going to be 4, main alliances, you could have an equivalent set up for each alliance. It would just take an individual from each alliance to do it. But like all the work that we've done, For our
The
stuff,
problem is we need
like we
we
can.
need the right engagement across all the alliances, and different people have different amount of time and patience that they'll invest in certain areas. So it's hard to do a system like that. It's easier for like the trade council because you can elect to be in it, and then there's somebody, and then you do that stuff. But that's a lot more difficult. What if we do
Well,
this?
again, if this is for
When you
noobs, we're not
surrender,
talking about galaxy class starships. We're talking about, the little Conestogas or whatever the starting ship is going to be.
yeah,
Maybe plus a little more. These aren't like huge transaction amounts. It would be easy for, an insurance company or the trade council to go, okay, noob, you didn't know that this was a thing. We'll help you. We'll get, you get like one oopsie from us, but now you're part of our insurance system. Next time, if you don't have an insurance policy, you're not covered.
I mean, that's more headache than I care to deal with. So I stand by what Sark's saying as far as if you want to do
Well,
that.
but that's not a headache for the pirate.
No. And I'm okay with that. Right? Give me the whole fucking ship and then you guys can deal with the fucking headache. That's great. But then you end up with the whole how do you do the
doesn't want
surrender?
to deal with the headache and stops, and then the whole system crumbles. It's too
Well, there
too
wouldn't-
reliant on the player economy. It's more like you can develop that
You could do
system.
that
It's
if
a
you
great
wanna do it.
system, but you can develop it for your alliance as a benefit and insurance system. That works great. But to mandate it
literal
across
job.
as a surrender rules is another element of difficulty.
That's a literal job. You
What
are
if-
an in-game insurance.
Yeah, I have an insurance license, and I would have to
Yeah.
do that all day.
Yeah. What if we do this? What if I could probably make a simple command called !surrender that automatically changes your antennas and beacons to say I surrender and broadcast, and deactivate your ship for 10 minutes. And then the opposing force would go analyze the grid and say and then I'll upgrade the analyzer to give a dollar amount. So you could go and be like, analyze the grid, be like, okay, you owe me either 2,000 exotic or 10 million credits. Pick one. And they can then choose to which one they want to do. And then they would funnel you the money, or they would funnel the or they would give you the exotic. And if they don't give you the exotic, well, their ship is now powered down for 10 minutes by the system. So you could just go on and start grinding down whatever you wanted and take everything.
If you could do that easily, that'd be kind of cool. So like if they type !surrender, there should be like a notification on their beacon that they're surrendering, and then do a delay that then drops their shields, opens their doors, and then sets their cargo to share with all.
Yeah. Open
or something like that.
On grid. Set cargo to.
And then does that mean that the pirate would, once all that stuff's opened up, the pirate would have access to all cargo, but they wouldn't be able to take the actual ship? Is that the assumption?
Well, the thing is going to be, do you want to? They can take 20% of the tech value of the ship, so they can grind down their phasers and take the tech from their phasers or whatever, or they can go in their cargo and take X amount, and we would have to base it off something simple. So at the end of the day, the only thing really worth fighting a ship for is tech, right? You're not going to be like, I want X steel plates. So I would say that the math that's done just says, go look at tier 1, 2, 3 and continuum tech. Go find out what the current value is based on that. Take 20%, and that's the amount he owes you. Or take just 20% of whatever tier 1, 2, 3 tech that they have in continuum, and then they have to give you that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Could the analyzer give you an SC number?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
For
The dollar
ePay?
value.
Yeah, dude, that'd be fucking awesome.
So the I could tap the analyzer into the DS9 current, like what it is in real time. So like what is the current price as of that moment, and then it can do the math, be like, oh, it's exotic tech is worth 10,000 a tech, you have 2,000. You'll multiply it and do the math and say this is the amount of credits it's going to cost, and then it'll give you a dollar amount, and then they can choose to send you the dollar amount, or they choose to say I don't have the money, just take my tech, and then you go and grind them down because you got 10 minutes to do so.
Yeah. Now what's
What happens after 10 minutes?
The grid turns back on.
Instead of the grinding stuff down at all, could it just drain their player account into the negative?
Does anybody know if SE supports negative balances?
I'm not sure.
I don't think it does.
I don't think it does. I've never
We
seen
don't
a
have
negative
debt. We
number
can't
on
have
there.
an economy.
I have.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It
I
does
have
support
seen it.
negative?
Well, I mean, support might be a strong word, but I've seen it go into the negative.
It does go in the negative, and I don't know to which extent. Yeah, on Sigma Draconis, it was going in the negative.
Okay, so then I'll look into that. So why don't we say scrap the 20% of tech? It'll calculate the dollar amount, 20%. It'll take that out of their bank account and automatically. Oh no, but how do we identify who it goes to?
Can it recognize who ran the analyze command, or do they have to do rather than them having to do the epay command?
Well, I could add a parameter on the surrender rule. So you could say surrender demagogue, and then it'll.
It's like, do you want to pay 1 or 2 or something? Yes or no?
Yeah, like ask question. Are you sure? You
give
want
them
to
the
pay?
number that the pirate's seeing.
You want to pay whatever amount to demagogue. And then they say yes, and then it would then transfer that amount to Dema, and then Dema would get some sort of notification, saying funds transferred.
I like that because player with weird name will have to rename their ship.
Yeah. Funds transferred. Then it would transfer to Dema.
Yeah, you don't get to surrender if you have a weird name.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, because Dema wouldn't be using the command. The player is. So the attacker can't have a weird name. The pirate. Because I'm the victim potentially. I'm like, oh my god, Dema's gonna kill me. I'm gonna say surrender demagogue. It'll say, are you sure you want to give demagogue 10 billion credits? And I'm gonna say yes. It funnels 10 billion credits to Dema based on the math that it does, and then Dema would have to leave peacefully at that point. And if he didn't, then Dema would be reprimanded. And we could see that because at that point we would just check the logs and be like, well, funds were transferred at 10:05. Dema continued firing until
away, man.
10:30.
Now, in this situation, are we saying that during surrender, both parties are to be left alone?
Well, if we do this approach, this whole surrender takes like 30 seconds. Right? So the way a role plays is, oh my god, Dema's gonna kick my ass. Surrender demagogue. Are you sure I want to pay demagogue this? Yes. And then
Dude, could you do a countdown too? Like it gives them a set amount of time to choose whether they want to pay it.
No.
Great. Put the pressure.
It'll just ask them, are you sure? They have to say yes.
Okay.
My only concern with that is they're going to play dumb. Oh, I don't know how to surrender. What do I type? I don't know. And then try to get friends there. So then it looks like they're trying to
Hang on, my
surrender
game
in good
crashed.
faith. You know,
No,
the time.
it'll be very well advertised. It'll be in your starter ship. It'll be everywhere. They surrender, and then it's instant. So then, the beauty of this is that because it's like instant, once they type the command and they say yes, I'm sure, it just happens. So now there's no 10-minute downtime of having to wait for Dema to and the risk of like, oh, he's gonna call backup and he's gonna do whatever. It's just literally he'll type surrender. Dema gets a message that he surrendered and money was funneled to his account, and Dema just goes on his way to the next guy.
Are you saying that they can only surrender noob ships then?
They can only surrender.
Well, it's going to reflect the value of your ship. So even if like a big person wants to surrender their pretty ship, they're going to
Yeah.
get taxed for it. So
Okay, so
Yeah.
anybody can surrender.
Anyone can
their-
surrender in your home, still your home sector. I'm going to try limit it there. So like if you're only in Federation space, if you're a Federation person, can you
Now-
use the surrender, and then it'll do the 20%, do the math,
What
and
if-
give it to the person.
What if we don't necessarily? What am I thinking?
in the alliance, that's what I'm wondering.
Disable. What if we don't disable surrender outside, but we just don't have to respect it outside of the home space?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if I catch you in somewhere else,
Oh,
how
like can
am I-
you still run the command and then
Yeah.
break the rules and shoot you anyways and not get in trouble for it?
do
Double
whatever.
piracy.
You know,
Then you're surrender and hope for the beauty of the grace that they won't continue to fire upon you.
They're not going to surrender the next time, so if you do it, you only get to do it once.
Well, I'm just
honestly,
talking-
all I can see is confusion and tickets saying I surrendered in enemy territory and they didn't allow it, and
well,
then
just
they're
put,
gonna.
just put a note when you do surrender, whatever. This is only supported, or you're only safe in your
Safety
own
guarantees
space.
only apply in home sector.
Yeah.
Surrender guarantee, yeah, applies only in home sector. We'll put that on the LCD with the surrender command instructions.
Because I mean that's like if I'm out ratting and I
'Cause then
surrender.
We can use your cool analyzer thing outside of bullying people in their home sector that way.
Yeah. So we could do that. I'll instead of saying the follow question, are you sure you want to pay Demagogue $10 billion? It'll say the surrender rule only applies in home. The surrender rule only is only
Safety
guaranteed.
guarantees. Yeah.
Yeah, surrender is only guaranteed
In home sector, surrender at your own risk.
Then it'll say, are you sure you want to pay Dema $10 billion? And then I'll say, give them the commands, yes or no.
It's a nice ship.
Right? And then then this way you can use it elsewhere. So technically, if they want to propose a surrender outside of their home territory, they could be like, oh, I surrender, and be like, fine, send me the funds and I'll let you go.
Then you can have different classes of pirate where it's like, that dude will don't trust that guy.
Yeah. I got it. Okay. I gotta head out, guys.
Later, sir.
Yeah, I gotta go. See you guys.
See it.
Yeah, when I first got introduced to the surrender rule in Skunk, I was like, what? This is fucking lame. And then I realized like it worked in my advantage because I could just like force a surrender out of somebody and then be completely safe from retribution.
See, that's I have mixed feelings about all that because it's like I don't want to club seals, right? Like I've never enjoyed that. kind of play style in any game I've played. But if you do happen to get one, like I like that you can hold the alliance accountable. So like the alliance could end up paying for it. I just don't know if that's really feasible to do. Because then I don't feel bad when I roll up on somebody and it looks like they've duct taped 3 ships together. Like this guy
It's probably easier just to tie it to player account, but if Crunch is down to set that up, or if Sarg figures out how to do it, where it gives a secondary option, like if you don't have the funds or something like that to charge it to the alliance, that might be interesting. But I think Sarg's just concerned that might get exploited.
Oh,
if I convince a new player to, you're gonna join my alliance, but before you do that, join their alliance for lols, and we're gonna fucking blow you up or something.
I can't believe that I didn't think of that. I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah, you can't have nice things in Space Engineers.
Like, oh yeah, just join somebody else's alliance and drain their wallet first. Like that's fucking brilliant.
So yeah, it might be better if the debt follows the player. It'll be cool if SC is valuable.
Well, and that's really what it comes down to is if it's not valuable, it's a complete waste of time.
And for bigger things, not just for buying things in games, but like if Sarg just throws a random RP scenario and there's like a dollar value to resolving something, and you have the option of paying it out of the coffers or not.
Oh yeah.
So like alliances would want to build up their reserves and stuff and have money in the bank, so that they can roll the dice on RP events. Or maybe like lose certain bonuses if your bank account's too low. Like if your state reserves are too low, you don't get like NPC support or something like that.
Well, he's already talking about the NPCs requiring funds, right? You pay the mercenaries. So yeah, if you don't have money, the mercenaries don't come. Which would be really funny if like you're the alliance exec or whatever.
Well, I'm hoping he does friendly
fucking-
NPCs rather than just the ones you can call in. Like your home sector NPCs should be like friendly.
Yeah.
You should have to go out to hunt. Or if there was a mix, it would be nice.
Yeah.
Get saved by a random friendly NPC while getting attacked by a pirate.
I think that the fucking mercenaries showing up, I think that's brilliant. I think that's pretty cool. I guarantee I'm gonna abuse it, right? Like I'm gonna find a way to fucking abuse the shit out of it, but
Well, if like a whole fleet calls in their mercenaries,
right?
I wonder if it's going to be restricted to like one in an area.
No, he said that you could. He specifically said that you could do that. So he was specifically talking about calling in multiple at a time.
We're gonna break the server in a fleet battle with everybody calling in. Back up.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go and watch Super Bowl. I will talk to you guys later.
Yeah, I'm out too. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yep. Later.